This portion of the program is brought to you by SunPath Products, the choice of world champions for over 30 years.
Hello and thanks for watching Skydive TV. My name is Sammy Vasiliev and we are at the 2019 PIA Symposium in Dallas, Texas. If you're not here, you're missing out. Everybody is here to showcase the latest and greatest equipment, technologies, and of course to share a lot of knowledge and experience with everybody. So 2019 is expected to be an incredible year. Some new technologies and integrations are coming together in the skydiving world for the drop zone owners, for the jumpers, for the users of manifest systems. One of the greatest announcements this year is that Burble and Sigma are introducing a new partnership in regards to credentials, and you will be able to see and check your credentials directly on the Burble software with Sigma incorporated in it. So stay tuned right here on Skydive TV as we are going to bring you a lot of cool stuff as the symposium opens up shortly. As of day one and before the opening of 2019 PIA Symposium, there are already 900 registrations right here with the registration behind us. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of walk-ins, and we are expected to have over 1,000 people at this year's PIA Symposium. This is going to be absolutely incredible, guys, as this may be the highest attendance recorded for a PIA Symposium event. Stay tuned right here on Skydive TV as we're going to bring you the latest and the greatest from this event.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Skydive Ferocity, the skydiving jewel in Las Vegas.
We'll take you to a Drop Zone Owners Conference organized by United States Parachute Association and see what the DZOs have to say about the experience right here at the 2019 PIA Symposium in Dallas, Texas. Drop Zone Owners Conference is underway right now, and multiple seminars took place, but one of the very important ones and really struck out is by James LeBerry, and it's the obvious choice. James is right here next to me. James, welcome to 2019 PIA Symposium and a Drop Zone Owners Conference. You've always been part of this event, and you've always had something to say about marketing, as your company, Beyond Marketing and Drop Zone Marketing, are the premier marketing agencies in the industry. Tell me, what was the reasoning behind your seminar today?
So the seminar name was Be the Obvious Choice, and the reason for it is it's getting harder and harder to market in the skydiving industry if you're a DZO. We've got more competition than we've ever seen before. People are getting smarter or getting better at their marketing. but it's also very difficult to market against low price operators. And I'm not being critical of low price operators, and then they're doing so because they're trying to maintain market share. Nobody's happy with selling tandems for less. So how do we sell our tandems for more? And to do that requires not just a one-dimensional approach, which is just the digital piece of the marketing, but there's other pieces to the overall equation. So what I believe is there's three distinct parts of good marketing is, yes, have great digital, but that's not, a lot of people treat that as the beginning and the end. But there's more. The second piece is tell a great story, personalize your brand. And then lastly, when they get to your drop zone, we have to exceed their expectations, because the smoking gun that everyone's asking about, like what is the most important piece of marketing I need to have? Well, it's reviews. Online reviews are so trustworthy, but we're not just going to be given them. We have to exceed expectations in order to get them. So when the three things come together, that's when a great marketing plan comes alive.
Sure, but don't you think that there is a third aspect of this marketing plan? And from all these years of my own observation, the drop zone owners and competing against themselves, but also against the third-party retailers that are actually the biggest competitor of the drop zone. What is your take on that?
Well, that's the topic of the day right now is third-party operators. I'm happy to say that one right now is under heavy litigation, and I'll say it, RushCube has been a challenge for us as an industry. But in terms of Groupon, I think that Groupon confirms what I'm saying even more, is the problem with skydiving is that there's parity, is the general public thinks that we are all selling the same thing. We can't see what the differentiating, what I call value proposition is. So in other words, what I'm saying is we offer an exit, a free fall, and a landing, and that's what the general public sees. So if that's all they know, then the low price operator is going to win, in this case Groupon, or that third party. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on Skydive TV at the USPA in terms of who the players are, but that's our reality. So the only way that I know to swing the low price model is to connect more here, not by going, hey, come look at what we do, but come and see what we're about or who we are. And I don't want to make that just sound like something that's real pretty. That's a strategic marketing plan that can be executed, and there's a lot of work and detail that goes into that in order to connect it. When I get people through good digital, that they're not just going to click off my website and buy the cheapest option, say on that third-party operator. I need to bring them in, gain their trust, for them to be able to say, yeah, I'll pay a higher price because I know I'm going to be well taken care of. And that sounds conceptually great, and I know that I have my critics, but the reality is I have case studies working with clients where it's working and they have Groupon in their marketplace. They have low-cost operators also in their marketplace, but yet they just had their best year in 20 years at the highest price point. That didn't happen by accident, but I will say it didn't happen overnight. It has been a game plan that we've been executing for 3, 4, 5 years. So it's a challenge for everybody. It's not easy, but it is possible to overcome it.
Of course it is, except for the fact that also some of these third-party operators have a much bigger marketing budget.
Totally.
And they are outpacing and outmarketing the drop zone operators. And the other position that I see is that a lot of drop zones, it doesn't matter what their marketing is, they do a very good job on doing exactly what you're saying, but then the same exact company is also on one of these third-party marketing groups. So they actually created their own competitor.
I've seen that.
What would you say about that particular scenario?
Well, I call it out.
Yep.
I call it out in terms of what's happening. However, the challenge once again is our general public, we can't educate them. So the only thing I know how to do is to be able to showcase value in what the end user is going to get beyond just the exit, free fall, and landing. There's got to be something more. And who tells that story best usually is going to do quite well. And again, it's not a concept. It's happening with several drop zones out there.
You mentioned earlier the topic of the DZO conference and the PIA conference this year is low prices. How much of a discussion there has been among the operators about that?
About being at
low prices.
Well, it's the topic of conversation with every client that I have. Is they're seeing lower volume, and the knee-jerk reaction is, well, I don't want to lower my prices, but I feel like I need to lower my prices in order not to lose market share because I need to compete. But the problem when you drop your price point is now you must be at high volume. And I'm suggesting that you don't go down that path, as tempting as it is. If anything, we got to get better at storytelling in addition to great marketing digitally. And then also when we get them there, we got to blow them away. It's hard. I'm not saying that this is an easy thing. But low price, look, everything is more expensive than it ever used to be. The cost of maintenance, I mean, every manufacturer out there come this time of year goes, get your orders in because the cost of these canopies are going to be going up. We see it everywhere, and yet the price of our product is going down every year while the cost to operate is going up. It makes no sense. So I'm not saying it's easy, but it is possible. You got to market like hell. And by doing that, though, is you got to connect with people. And this sounds odd. You got to be focused on, how do I connect? How do I make people feel special when I get them to the drop zone? But furthermore, how do you tell that story of why they should come? And by doing that is personalizing the brand. Look, the industry all markets the same way. Come skydive. All the pictures are all the same. It's people skydiving. But few are telling the story of, hey, this is who we are. This is our story. This is why I got into this. And a lot of subtleties throughout the web experience that goes, whoa, this is different. I would say you, Sammy, with your drop zone, I haven't been to your website well, but you have a phenomenal story. I feel that story is very marketable. And that's what I'm suggesting to all DZOs out there is we are operating through a lens of, well, it's just me. I'm into skydiving, cool. But everybody that owns a drop zone has a unique story, and people don't recognize its marketability because they see themselves as, it's just me doing my thing. But the reality is you're living a life that most people could only dream about. And that is marketable. Tell them to come join you on the dream.
Why not? Yeah. So what is James LeBerry here for, besides giving the lectures and the sessions?
Sure.
What are you taking away from events like this?
I'm learning too. I just sat through an incredible presentation about workers' compensation with Janice Dolan, eye-opening even for my own business that's where I don't own a drop zone. Hey, I got to check out my stuff with some of my part-time people too. So A, I'm here to learn. B, I'm certainly wanting to meet other people in the industry as well. We have a booth on during the expo as well to be able to meet. And also we want to connect with the clients that we do have that are scattered all over the U.S. And in some cases the world as well, where this is a great opportunity for me to buy them a beer and thank them for choosing us as their agency.
There we go. Excellent. Well, James, it's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, Sammy. I really appreciate the work that you and Skydive TV do. It's a credit to the industry.
Well, thank you very much. And here we go, guys. Stay tuned for more interviews coming. This is a very beginning, and James was the honor to have the very first interview for Skydive TV in 2019 PIA Symposium.
Who's buying beer?
Yeah,
you or me?
well, I think both of us are. But stay tuned right here, guys. We're going to bring a lot more right to you.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paragear, serving skydivers and the world since 1960.
One of the reasons to come here to PA is to see some of these original designs that were used in the 60s. This is the original Gypsy Moth costume that was used in the movie. It's right here displayed at the museum, and it was part of the pack rack project that the museum conducted last year, unpacking a whole bunch of boxes, seeing a lot of old equipment which is to be archived and to be put in the future Skydiving Museum and Hall of Fame. So right here, guys, is one of the most interesting displays at this year's PIA Symposium. Here we are with Mary Lou Loeffler. She represents the Skydiving Museum here at 2019 PIA Symposium. Mary Lou, opening evening, lots of people. What do you think?
We are really excited. And the big news that we're doing in the booth this year is, and we should probably walk over and take a look.
Yeah, what's that? Let's see.
Let's take a little
Let's take a look. Come on over.
What's happened this year is there is a video that's been produced by Skydive TV that was absolutely fabulous, truly.
Thank you.
And it was really the uncovering of the artifacts that we have. And Sammy had his drone flying to be able to capture it all, so it was all really be able to become evident. But these are some of the items that were opened, cataloged, barcoded, and databased. So we now know exactly what we have. We have over 1,500 items. And so we know what we're missing, we know what we can look for. We even have some things that the experts, there were 35 people that volunteered their time for 5 days to be there. And when they were going through and cataloging, there's some things that they don't even know what it is. So we'll be looking for that information. But this here on display, this is sort of from the movie Gypsy Moth. This is the actual Batwing suit that was used and the rig. And it's very large. That I'm not sure that really looks like Burt Lancaster, but
Good try, good try. Here we are with Bill Wenger. Bill, after Operation Pat Rack, here we are, the PIA 2019.
Yep.
And some of these incredible discoveries are on display here. What does it mean for the skydiving community and the future generation of skydiving to have all this right here?
I just think it's great, and even the reactions. It's our first night, and the reactions we're getting right now is just it's fun, and it's great because we tried to pick 4 or 5 items that we're still using in the community, like wingsuits,
Yes.
AADs, helmet mount cameras that are full VCRs are built into parachute packs. One of the first parachutes, the testable square parachutes we have here. So we try to pick things that related to what we have now. And the reactions have just been, it's been great. It's been fun, and I think it shows where they started, where we started at, and what some of the pioneers of the sport did to get where we are now.
Well, you are one of the pioneers of the sport.
Because I'm old.
No, that's not. You are one of the 3 visionaries. You were part of that generation that actually jumped this, and this was the best of the best at the time.
Yeah, I think I was lucky to start like in 1971, early February 71, because I got to see the transition from when we took old military gear and made it skydiving to now where we take skydiving gear and it's military gear.
That's right.
So it's almost a complete changeover of what happened when I started and what's going on now, and it shows you how good the industry is in that the military accepts the stuff that skydivers do. And if you look at all these military rigs, they're just big skydiving rigs.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. All right, here we are at the 2019 PA. Jim, tell me, the museum is here. A lot of people on day one. What's exciting and what's new with the Skydiving Museum in Hall of Fame?
Sammy, we have some great new stuff to announce. First off, we had 430 people at our celebration event last fall, best ever. But here's the really exciting news. This is all brand new. Not only do we have the United States Parachute Association as our host country affiliate for the United States, which involves substantial support. We have 3 brand new international affiliates to announce. We have the Australian Parachute Federation, Australia representing Australia, the Confederation of Brazilian Parachutists from Brazil, and the Bulgarian National Aero Club from Bulgaria. So we now have 4 international affiliates, and think about it. We have the United States, Sammy, we have Latin America, we have Asia Pacific, and we have Europe. It's just fantastic.
Yeah. You know I'm Bulgarian.
I know you're Bulgarian.
And to me, that's great. Thank you guys for supporting the museum, because we are too.
Take care.
But it's interesting because Bulgaria is such a small country, and for many, many years, skydiving was dead in Bulgaria. The Bulgarian National Air Club was reborn by Nikolai Kalchev, I believe in 2003 or 4. The Bulgarian nation did not have a penny to spare. How did that happen to what they became?
Well, first off, let me say, now that you know more than most people that there's a significant lineage and history of skydiving in Bulgaria.
Absolutely.
And the current people that are heading the Bulgarian National Aero Club very much wanted the history of Bulgarian skydiving to be well represented in the museum. And as a result, they were able to get assistance to be able to make it possible for them to pay the affiliation fee and join us as affiliates of the museum.
Well, this is incredible. Congratulations.
My pleasure.
Absolutely.
It's great to see your home country recognized as it deserves.
Pleasant surprise. Yeah, pleasant surprise. But this is it, guys. Get active, get proactive, get involved with the museum, because this is our heritage for our sport that we love so much. So stay tuned right here. We're going to bring a lot more from the rest of the show floor.
Get your gear from PIA Gear, the one-stop skydiving gear store.
PIA 2019. Stay tuned on Skydive TV.
Hello and thanks for watching Skydive TV. My name is Sammy Vasiliev and we are at the 2019 PIA Symposium in Dallas, Texas.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Sigma, the platform for all of life's achievements.
Sigma is a digital place for sharing and storing all of life's achievements. With Sigma, your organization can send and verify things like licenses, awards, certifications, and membership cards through our website or mobile app. It's a fast, easy, and secure way to track anyone's experience, so nothing gets lost, stolen, or faked again. So get back to learning, climbing, flying, or whatever you do, and let Sigma handle the rest. Sign up today at sig.ma.
If you're not here, you're missing out. Everybody is here to showcase the latest and greatest equipment, technologies, and of course to share a lot of knowledge and experience with everybody. So 2019 is expected to be an incredible year. Some new technologies and integrations are coming together in the skydiving world for the drop zone owners, for the jumpers, for the users of manifest systems. One of the greatest announcements this year is that Burble and Sigma are introducing a new partnership in regards to credentials, and you will be able to see and check your credentials directly on the Burble software with Sigma incorporated in it. So stay tuned right here on Skydive TV as we are going to bring you a lot of cool stuff as the symposium opens up shortly. As of day one and before the opening of 2019 PIA Symposium, there are already 900 registrations right here with the registration behind us. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of walk-ins, and we are expected to have over 1,000 people at this year's PIA Symposium. This is going to be absolutely incredible, guys, as this may be the highest attendance recorded for a PIA Symposium event. Stay tuned right here on Skydive TV as we're going to bring you the latest and the greatest from this event. and let 2019 PIA Symposium begin. The show floor is open and everybody's coming in to see the greatest and the latest equipment in the skydiving industry, which is showcased right here in the Hyatt Regency Dallas Convention Center.
You know, I've been coming to Symposium since 1999, and so many manufacturers roll out new products or really take the time to showcase products that they've released recently. It's always an amazing time.
Have you heard of some new stuff that excites you?
Most of the stuff that I've heard about has been aimed at the military market, so I'm anxious to see what non-military stuff is out there for me.
The experience, all the manufacturers showing all the new products and getting to be with family and kind of learning all the new products.
And this is the second time. Have you had a chance to already know what's coming out, what's new?
We got a little bit of an insight on some of the new things, but this is the whole purpose is to see all the new stuff. So I'm kind of excited to get in there to see what's new.
Here we are once again at PIA 2019 with the Sigma booth with Dylan, and we have some very exciting news this year, guys. And I'm going to take this conversation 2 years back. PIA 2017, there was a talk between Sigma incorporating the merits, and why would we not incorporate it with Burble, and there was a little bit of an interesting vibes at the time. 2 years later, the great news is Burble and Sigma are now one. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. You know, 2 years ago we were out here talking about merits, talking about how we were going to help support the industry, and that opened up conversations with Franz over at Burble. It took a little bit of time to figure out the way we were going to make it work, make sure that both of our systems could work together, and now I'd say, yeah, magic is definitely happening. It's some pretty cool stuff returning now.
So how is that integration of Sigma working with Burble will help the disease? What was the benefit of it?
Yeah. So specifically talking about Burble drop zones, when a jumper like myself walks up to a drop zone that's using Burble Manifest software, I'll be able to authorize them to look at my Sigma merits. Now, as we know, Sigma merits have everything from USBA membership, licenses, ratings, awards, stuff like that. We also have UPT instructor ratings, examiner ratings, all sorts of different training programs. So when they go up and they do the integration, it automatically populates that system, and I'm now able to give them my information without having to worry about a card and having them manually look me up, manually enter me into the system. All my real-time data flows right into there. And what Sigma does is it provides a nice secure layer for privacy and control of my own data. So what it does is it's taking care of the skydivers, and it's making it way more efficient for drop zone owners.
There we go. This is a very interesting concept. And how long did it take you to develop it? How long have you worked on it? How difficult was it to incorporate it into the manifesting software?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just a fair heads up, we're still working on it. It's going to be coming out in spring 2019.
So it's not released yet?
A few months away. No, we're just announcing it, just getting everyone excited. We're working out the kinks, but Franz is demoing it right over here. We'll have you drop in, see how it works. And so, yeah, it's not totally there, but almost there.
Almost there.
Yep, so we'll be ready for the season. Ready for all those drop zones opening up.
All right, so this year, actually last year I believe, Sigma became a sponsor of wingsuiter Chris Geiler.
Yep.
How has that relationship been working out for you guys?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we've been sponsoring Chris, I think about 2 years now.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, we're really proud of him. He's an incredible athlete, but he's just also a fantastic human being. Super humble, very respectful and respectable, and it's a real pleasure working with him.
There we go.
Yeah.
What else is going on with Sigma?
Yeah, we have all sorts of different things coming out. So over the past 2 years, since we saw you at the last PIA, we've been really working on making sure that the Sigma platform has the whole platform aspect down. And we're working on making sure that they've got different tools. So whether you're a drop zone owner or an organization outside of the skydive industry, making sure that they have the different tools they need. We have another thing that was built on our system called Credential Creator, which generates certificates on the spot. So when a merit's sent out, that comes out. Sorry,
wow.
This is just awesome.
We want to check these guys out.
Yeah, you guys got to check that out.
There's some cool stuff going on.
So we've got Credential Creator. We've got a new check-in tool coming out for those that aren't using the Burble integration. So that way all the drop zones are being taken care of. We've got all sorts of cool things, so it's worth checking out. we're going to be constantly pumping out new tools, new integrations, and making sure that everybody that's using the Sigma platform is going to have an incredible experience.
There we go. Well, thank you very much for your work, and thank you all for also sponsoring Skydive TV.
Of course.
Sigma is one of the Skydive TV sponsors for this event, so we really appreciate everything you guys do for us and for the community and for the drop zones. I can't wait to see what else is coming out of here, guys.
Cool. Thanks, Sammy. Thanks for checking in. We really appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it. Have a great event.
Yeah,
We'll
see you around, man.
Absolutely. Here we are with Franz Gerschleiter, one of the innovators of our sport when it comes to managing drop zones and software. And I remember 2 years ago, Franz, at 17, our booths were across from each other.
Yep.
We had a long conversation about integration, Burble with Sigma.
Yep.
Today, this is a reality. Tell me all about it.
Well, I mean, we're pretty excited about it because it's finally solved the problem of what happens when your credentials go out of date without the drop zone knowing about it. Sigma have done a great job of putting together the digital merit that you can really trust. And they've got the API going, we're connecting to it, and we've already got the app working. It's great.
So I spoke to Sigma, and the app is not already out, it's still in testing.
Yes.
When do you expect to release the version?
Probably mid-March.
Mid-March.
Yeah, mid-March what we're aiming at, maybe earlier.
And is that going to be a major upgrade on the software, or will it affect the way it works currently, or?
Yeah, I mean, there's a massive upgrade really to the whole credential system within Burble to take advantage of this. So, you used to just be able to get your basic licenses out of it. Now you can get all of your credentials out of USPA or whichever organisation you're connecting to that has Sigma. So we've made it so it can cope with that. So there's a whole new credential screen separate from the old screen where you would deal with it.
Okay.
So yeah, and the app obviously is changed to connect to it and pull them down as well.
Burble is web-based, and it's web-dependent, internet-dependent.
Yep.
So in case the internet goes out, is there another way that the drop zone will be able to operate on a local basis?
I mean, it is web-based, and it does depend on the web. So, in terms of operating Burble in general, you have a hotspot as a backup, right?
Yeah.
In terms of, let's say it couldn't connect to Sigma for some ungodly reason, you will have a timestamp on the last time it could connect, and it'll let you know that it's having trouble. I mean, we're not anticipating this, but just in case, we're building it in. It will tell you the timestamp and warn you that maybe the data is now a day old. It still beats the hell out of 3 months old and maybe well expired.
That's right.
But we're trying to take that into account.
There we go.
Yeah.
So when do you mind doing us a little demo on this? Is it available for us to see how it works?
I guess the easiest thing to show you is on the app, but and see every one of them has got Sigma. Sigma's the source, and there's the USPA symbol showing it's my license. It's got my A license, C license, my AFF instructor rating, my pro rating, all of it right there.
So it makes it very simple.
Yeah,
Very
simple.
cool.
Can't mess with it, can't forge it. Drop zone's protected.
How important is PA for Burble itself as a software, and how many drop zones are already Burble drop zones?
We're up to about 135 now.
135.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys exploded.
Yeah.
So those 2 years have been literally.
Yeah. I mean, it's every year is more and more popular. Yeah, we're doing well.
And that's great news.
Yeah.
We are Burble Drop Zone, and we thank you very much. Without your software, we could not have run the World Cup in 2017.
Yeah.
And
good to hear.
also without your support, our Drop Zone could not operate with me, a pilot, and a packer.
Right.
When I was doing the manifest and jumping at the same time.
Yeah.
What excites you to do what you do?
I'm a DZO myself, and I know how hard the job is. I'm a skydiver, and I love the sport. And without DZOs doing this, there is no sport, right? So making it better for them really is a big motivator. And like you, they really are grateful for the solution because it's desperately needed in the sport, right? So yeah, I love that. I love that I'm making their lives easier because I know exactly how it feels to do this job. It's hard.
Yeah. You are a DZO,
Yep.
and you maintain 135 drop zones on the other side, and you're responsible to make sure that they run properly. How much pressure is that on you personally?
More than enough. I have a team of 5 programmers that back me up in terms of actually developing Burble. So, I don't do all of it. It's a real company. The Drop Zone, I'm hiring a new manager this year. Hey, Veronica. I'm excited by that because I really can't do it all, and Burble needs more of my attention. So,
if I'm saying this correctly,
things change.
Yeah, things change. They do. I remember. Louder. Okay. I remember about 6 or 7 years ago, for the first time, I saw the Burble logo at Skydive Chicago. Nobody knew about what it was. Skydive Chicago was a test grounds for you. First Drop Zone?
One of the early ones, yeah. I think 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
And how has that relationship changed over the last 6, 7 years?
It hasn't really changed. They use it, they love it. I think Rook would back me up on that. Although he probably wouldn't, not on camera anyway. Just to wind me up. But no, I mean, they're still using it and still loving it. It hasn't really changed since then. But Burble has got better and better, so,
I was in one of the seminars earlier and saw a commercial, because you were sponsoring the Drop Zone Owners Conference.
Yep.
And I saw a commercial with some of the things that Burble's coming up.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to actually see it. I mean, I was like, my eyes were this big.
Yeah.
Let's tell everybody else what this is all about.
Okay, so we've got a few things. We've got Burble Stats, so a statistical analysis of your drop zone, showing charts of like who's the top jumper, where your money's coming from by zip code, bookings created, and year-on-year comparisons, things like that. Then we've got the point-of-sale system that we're releasing. It's an iPad app, so that's for your gear store, selling your cookies, your snacks, your helmets, goggles, etc. And then we've got a media upload tool as well, and we're going to have our own processing, credit card processing, which is going to allow full integration with Burble, and we're going to be able to have sport jumpers pay money directly from the app using that as well.
There we go.
This portion of the program is brought to you by NZ Aerosports, manufacturing the wings you want to fly since 1986. From AFF student to world champion, Icarus canopies are for you.
All right, our friends here from New Zealand. Hey, how are you, Attila?
Yeah, really good, thank you.
Excellent. So it wasn't too long ago we saw you in Australia.
That's right.
We had a great time, the World Meet.
I'm glad you did, so did we.
Yeah, man, it was great.
Yeah.
So 2019 PIA, you guys don't miss this event. Last time
That's
was
right,
incredible.
we love it.
We love it. And last time Gyro was here. Here we are 2 years later, and I see his picture. How were the last 2 years?
It's been up and down. We are doing good as a company, but definitely missing Joro. He had always those just little good ideas that no one else could come up with, and that kind of made the brand what it is today. So we got to spend a lot of time with him, learn his style and enjoy it, and so we are carrying on in the same spirit.
Yes, that's excellent. And 2019, anything new coming out of NZ Aerosports?
We are not releasing anything here right now, but yes, we have quite a few projects in the work. Just 2 weeks ago, we released the JFX2, which is like an upgrade from our JFX. JFX was released in around 2008, and now with I don't know how familiar you are with Julian's designing technique and his softwares. The JFX was still designed in our old school 2D software, and now we refreshed it with our new software.
That's cool.
So it's a nicer, cleaner version. It's got a power band. It's got some sail fabric, stronger loaded ribs, also mini ribs, but otherwise it's the same good old JFX with good openings and just a nice.
So it's not gonna break your back anymore?
It depends. All right.
Do a longer delay?
No. No, it's a good canopy. Yeah.
Excellent.
So that's something that we already released. It was
cool.
2 weeks ago.
Very nice.
And then we have a wingsuit canopy that we actually completed a while ago, and we haven't changed it. We've been keep testing it, and I don't want to commit to any other release date because it's been putting it off. But yeah, I'd say it's around the corner.
It's around the corner.
That's right.
NZ is known to have wild parties here anywhere they go.
That's right. So we have beers. Can I get you one?
Yeah, shortly, as soon as we're done. Can I have a beer? What's in the? There we go. We'll have it in shortly. But what's gonna happen with the wild party here? This one.
I don't know, this is not our hometown, so we just gonna make sure that we serve the drinks and entertain the people here in our booth. And otherwise, we're just gonna go with the flow. Maybe these guys, they know.
Did you hang?
No, not yet. Yeah,
it's tough. It's tougher than it looks, I'll tell you.
I know, you did well.
Horribly, I failed. Anyway. You walk around, there's a lot of fun stuff this year. This is so far the biggest event that I've seen in PIA.
It is big,
What is your impression about it? What is something that you saw out here that really sparked your imagination?
I actually haven't had much time to look around. We set up, we arrived 2 days ago, went out shopping to make sure that we are ready. Yesterday was a short day, so I guess the symposium for looking around what everybody else is doing starts now for us. So I can't say I can't say anything that I find new. Because I didn't have time to go around. Yeah.
Well, go. It's fun stuff.
Yeah, I will for sure. Yeah,
Perfect.
That's half of the reason we are here for.
That's right. Well, I want to say a couple things. First of all, thank you very much for supporting Scott after you for all these years, guys. It's an absolute pleasure.
Of course, I love your work.
We love it working with you.
All right.
You know, and
just gonna keep it up then.
We're gonna keep it up. That's right. And all of you guys out there that you're not here, NZ is absolutely phenomenal. Beautiful canopies. I fly them personally myself. I got the Crossfire 3 the other day. I love it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I'll be.
That's a big hit.
It is.
Everybody loves it.
You're gonna be making another Skydive TV canopy shortly.
Okay. All right.
So perfect. Anything you want to say to Pat Thomas, who achieved an incredible achievement yesterday? She had her.
I'm super happy for her. Like, you know, she's just working so hard, and she's always giving you a hard time. But like, you know, deep down, like, you know, there's a lot of love in that girl. And she was also a really, really good friend. Like, you know, her and Joro, really good friend, and she's got a lot of respect for her. And you know, we are on the other side of the world, so sometimes we need a bit of like, you know, looking after. And she's always been there for us. So I love your work.
There we go. Thank you, Phil.
Cheers.
All right, here we are with the chief engineer at NZ Aerosports, and he's going to tell us about what's in the bag and for the future of NZ. Julian, how are you, buddy?
Really good, thank you.
Excellent. So we've heard some amazing things are coming out. You wanna tell us a little bit about the future of NZ?
Yes, of course, always.
Yeah.
There's a close future with the Kraken. We've been talking about it for a long time. It's a wingsuit canopy. And I think this time it's coming for real.
Okay.
Yeah, and we also have a few other projects we're currently working on. There is Anna, which is gonna fit between the JFX2 and the Leia.
Okay.
So high performance canopy, but a bit more accessible than the Leia.
Okay.
I hope this will come this year. We'll see.
All right. So her name's Anna.
Yeah.
So so why Anna? Where did the name come from?
You know, it's just the line of all this girl name coming from Petra and Leia. And,
you guys like those females, huh?
Yeah, maybe we'll come up with some male names too. I think we'll have to.
I think the girls are going to appreciate that.
Yeah, I think we need to bring some balance into this soon.
Thank you very much. All right, so that's between the JVX and the Leia?
The JFX and the Leia, so it's going to replace the JVX.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
And what else?
And then we're working on Petra 2 as well. So
Petra
we're
2.
hoping to make a lot of noise with that and to win some competition and maybe break some records.
Wow.
So it's a lot of work though. So we're not sure when that's going to be ready, but it's a really cool project to work on.
So I also heard that you switched your software. You were doing 2D, now you're working on 3D. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, actually we did that like a few years ago. 9 years ago actually, we switched from 2D to 3D.
Okay.
But every year we tend to add new technology and new software.
Mm-hmm.
So the latest addition is that we're working with Ebbe Smith in Norway.
Okay.
And it's helping us with FSI, which is quite new, and it's about simulating both the airflow and the change of shape of the canopy. So it simulates the inflation and the stretch in the fabric, and as well as the airflow around and inside the parachute. So it gives a lot of information about the load on the lines, about where to reinforce the canopy, and anticipating the shape it's going to have when it's flying. So this is new stuff for us, and it's giving us a lot of new ideas.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's technology is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. So much to discover. It never ends.
So you can basically build the canopy in a simulator, test it, see all the little fine details, and then actually go in the real world and build it. Is that correct?
Yeah. So there's still going to be a few things missing, even with this brand new technology, like the openings and a few other things that we still have to test. But little by little, we're doing more and more in the computer, even before we build the prototype and we try it in real world. So it's a lot of gain of time and also money, and we can try many different things, so we can be bolder in our moves and in what we want to try.
There we go. Tell me, from start to finish, you know, from a concept, you know, so you get this idea about a canopy. How long does it take from start until it's pretty much released?
I would say about 2 years. It can take a bit longer sometimes, but about 2 years. It goes actually really quick in the beginning, and we have something that we think is pretty close from the final product, but then the validation is really long, because even when we think we've got it, we send it to a few people around the world, and we need to wait to see what's going on 500 jumps each, and it takes time to wait, and if there's something wrong, we need to do that again.
There we go.
So we can design a parachute in 1 year, but then to validate it, it's at least another year, maybe 2.
There we go. That's quite incredible to hear how much work it goes into it. I think a lot of people don't realize how much work goes into designing, creating, and actually putting a canopy in production. But you heard it from the chief engineer right here at NZ Aerosports. Thank you very much, Julien.
Thank you.
This portion of the program is brought to you by SunPath Products, the choice of world champions for over 30 years.
Here we are at the SunPath booth at the 2019 PIA Symposium with Rob and Doug Barron. Guys, how's everything going in PIA 2019?
It's fantastic. It's actually my first one.
It is your first one?
I've never ever been to a PIA before.
Yeah.
I know what that means, but to be honest with you, I'm so in awe. It's nothing like that, like this out there. So it's definitely, you know, where I'm sort of turning up going, why haven't I been before? So I can only say everything's running excellent. I don't know whether it's like that every year, but this is definitely the place to
This
do
is it, isn't it? So anything, to those of you guys, he's a first timer. I've been coming for quite a few years. What do you want to say to all these folks out there that are not here today?
So there are many events around the world, and they have something similar. So for example, in England, they have the AGM, but this is probably, the AGM was probably 1/10 of a scale of what it is here. And here you have the opportunity to see companies that you would never normally see. So you have the big 3, big 4, the bigger companies they'll be around on the road tours and stuff. But here you have so many other companies that are here willing to provide information. Even if you only do it once, it's definitely worth the time coming down and being able to see what this industry is all about. And you're not going to get much better look inside or behind the curtain than by coming to the PIA.
That's right.
So you've got to come, you know, at least once.
At least once, that's right. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to SunPath for the sponsorship and supporting our program here at Skydive TV. Without you guys, we can't do it. Thank you very much. But most importantly, this is a show where all the companies are displaying what's new, what's best, and what's the greatest. And we are right in front of a brand new piece of equipment. It's the Showcase Center. What do you want to tell me a little bit about it?
When we go, what I find very important, first of all, is that we travel around the world and we support events, we visit events, we want to tell people about our product, but also we're very well known for our customer service, and this customer service is something that I feel so important, especially in the area that we work in. But it allows us to get feedback. It allows people to come up to us, and we sit and we want people to tell us how they feel about their equipment, what they like about the container that they're jumping, or in our case the SunPath container, and if there was anything they would like to change or maybe tweak out. But it also gives our R&D and the engineering a chance to try stuff, to take this information that we get from the road, to be able to pass that back to the company, and for them to be able to say, right, okay, so what can we do to answer questions, to answer these questions that people have, what can we do? And they get to play. They get to sort of have a look and say, right, okay, what can we do here? So the latest sort of development that's coming out of R&D is where they've had a bit of a play, is this, we'll call it a prototype for now, because it still needs to go through testing, we still need to do quite a few tweaks to it, but one of the biggest things, and you can see optically that we've changed, is here at the bottom, the number 5 flap, or this side wall here, is now one piece of material. Whereas if you look at the original Odysseys that we have, it's 2 pieces. And what happens is, it's pretty hard for me to try and visualize or to show you guys, but what we had is this one piece coming down the side here, and this second flap sort of joining at this point here, and then sort of coming across. And what it gave is, it gave the opportunity for people that may be a little bit lazy with packing, or maybe not packing as well as they could, to leave a little bit of a gap in there. And we didn't like it, or I didn't like it. I didn't like seeing it. We were on a drop zone. It's easy to educate these. Just say, pull them one side and say, hey, come on, give it over here. Let me show you how I would pack this. And then it looks nice, it looks neat, and obviously no lines hanging out makes it a little bit safer as well. But the biggest bane is when you see it on a picture, when you see it on a video, and you can't reach these guys. So we just had to look to see if there was anything we can do, and the answer was to have a bit of a cover on the corners here. So firstly, you don't have the opportunity to be able to have the line sticking out or there being a bit of a gap in there, and it ties it up quite nicely. What we also have is on the other side, sorry if I can just lift this up slightly.
There we go.
So what we have here is we have very little opportunity for any excess bridle to be coming out or to be able to hang out. So it kind of all ties in a little bit more safety in there as well, along with the engineering department having a bit of fun to be able to design something new.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Because you can only get a bit more, you can get more progress just by playing, just by saying, okay, what can we do? How can we do this? And this is definitely one of them steps that's in the right direction. So. Cool. Actually, I've been talking for a long time, and we have another feature on the new container. Maybe Doug, you'd like to talk about the backpack?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's. I was about to walk over. Oops.
So we've been working to develop a new backpad as well. So now the backpad is one piece from the bottom of the container all the way through to the bottom of the mud flap here. It's redesigned so it's a bit more ergonomic. Like the pad now sits kind of through the muscle on your back, so it's a little bit more supportive, and then it's tapered as well. So these pads right here are a little bit higher, and then as they get up top through to where your shoulders are, they slim down a little bit, so it helps the rig hug your back just a little bit more. Wow. And like we said, this is one piece, and then now we have a one-piece lateral pad here as well. And those are the new designs for the back pad and lateral pad.
So, Doug, is this the future?
This is the future, and this is what we want to show, that we are working to push towards the future. We're listening to input from all the customers and everybody around the world, and showing them that we hear them and we're building towards the future.
There we go. So, when will this new piece of equipment be available for all of us out here to have fun with?
Well, Sunpath, we want to make sure that we put a product out that we have tested thoroughly, and when we finish that testing, then we'll release the product. So in that, right now, this is still in that phase. We want to get longevity testing on it. We want to make sure we put it through its paces, so that when we give the public something, that it's ready to go. We don't want to have to make any changes as we find something out about it.
Excellent. Can I put 2 orders right now for this?
Sure.
Yeah.
It might take a while before we get in touch with your delivery date, but you can put the order in.
That's all right. I'll put the order in. Make sure it's 1 or 2 or whatever that is.
There
you go. And everything I'm happy with.
There you go.
Perfect. Well, here at PIA, we get together to share some knowledge and equipment, but we're also here to have a good time and have fun. Pat Thomas yesterday was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award by the United States Parachute Association. What does that mean for all of you guys?
It's an honor. It's an honor to be a part of a company that a president has been respected like that and been honored like that. She has done so much for the industry that even the award barely scratches the surface of everything that she's a part of, and it's an honor. It's an honor to work for the company.
There we go. What about you, Rob?
I think it's also a little bit of recognition. Anybody that knows Pat knows that she was the first one to shy away from being recognized. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like being in the limelight. And then it's nice that she is then pushed into the limelight in a way that she deserves to show. It's very difficult to sort of look at it from an aspect of Sunpath when she works and she does it for everything within the industry, not just the company. Right, yeah. And having that recognition, it doesn't it doesn't show us what we don't already know. You know, we know that she should have long overdue. She should have had it a long time before. But it does make us feel quite proud to be able to say, hey, look what the boss is getting.
That's
so it's
right.
good.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Revel, the best tandem video solution.
I'm a big fan of Revel.
It is absolutely a game changer.
Pretty much sells itself.
We have finally found a fix for the problem that we had.
Revel X is a completely automated video solution for tandem and AFF videos. And when we say completely automated, we mean it. Editing videos using artificial intelligence and automatically uploading videos and photos to the cloud. Then delivering them to your customers through the Revel mobile app and branded email. It even continues to sell video products to your customers after they leave the drop zone, using an automated email flow for up to 6 weeks after their jump.
Here we go, guys. This is the absolutely latest technology introduced right here at the PIA Symposium 2019, and it is all about tandem videos. For all of you drop zone owners out there that you're having a hard time managing your media, editing your videos, and delivering a fine product, Reveal has come up with something incredible, and Eric Sanchez here will tell us all about it. Eric, first of all, welcome to PIA 2019.
Thank you, yeah. It's our first one here.
First one here?
Yeah.
So are you a jumper yourself?
I am a skydiver, have 101 jumps so far, and looking forward to another couple hundred and 1,000 hopefully pretty soon.
There we go. You know, I see your company at Consumer Electronics Show.
Yeah.
I see your company at many other shows and events around the globe. And now you're here among the skydivers presenting your phenomenal product. Tell me all about what you guys are doing.
Yeah, well, we just wanted to make, our vision is always to make video easy. And the way that we do it for drop zones is we take care of everything from start to finish. So we'll onboard your customer, we'll record it with our camera, and then we'll use our AI editing software to edit the video and do an automatic delivery over the cloud. So we take care of everything from start to finish, and we do it in minutes. You don't need any more human editors. You don't need to mess around with cameras that fail sometimes. Sometimes the GoPros fail. There's a reason why a lot of people still use the GoPro Hero 4. They don't upgrade to the newer ones. They don't have a stable firmware. So yeah, we basically, this box right here that you see.
Okay, tell me all about it.
This is our editing box. It basically can do the work of 5 video editors. 5 video editors at once. It's actually faster than that.
Wow.
So it will edit a whole plane load of tandems, up to 10 tandems in about less than 20 minutes. You'll have everything edited and delivered.
So how does it work? So it's shot on the helmet. It can be a head
It can be
mount.
hand mount or helmet mount. Yeah, absolutely. So first you want your customers to sign up on our iPad, and just from here we're already helping you select which video package, and we're showing you the difference between outside video. We want you guys to sell more, so we help you sell more. Once they're onboarded, that's it. You hand them a QR code. This QR code becomes the first video clip that you do, and that's how we track the video right back to the customer. So it doesn't matter if it's handycam or outside video, they go do the jump, they pull the camera out, they drop it into this hole. 90 seconds later, this camera is ready to use again.
90 seconds.
90 seconds later. Minutes later, your entire plane load's videos are ready and delivered.
So by dropping the camera into this slot here, basically it downloads the footage, it charges the battery, I would assume, and it gets the camera ready for
That's
the next
exactly
one.
right, yeah.
Okay, and then this is an intelligent box that edits everything by itself, is that right? Tell me a little bit more about it.
Yeah, this box is great because it does all the cable management. It definitely manages your camera. It takes care of the charging, like you said, the SD card, and gets it ready for another jump again. The box now, there's a server in here that scans through all the footage, and it runs AI and figures out all the sections of the jumps. It edits the video, and then it delivers. So this box is actually editing We're not sending it to the cloud to then get processed. You got real AI at your drop zone with this box.
It's a smart editor.
It's smart editor, yeah.
So what happens if I want to combine an outside video and a handycam video? Is that possible?
That is possible. You would then assign 2 QR codes at the beginning. The rest of the process is the same, 1 QR code per one. Once one camera is dropped in, the system's going to be waiting for the second camera. Then it'll start merging the clips in the way that you want them to, because you can customize it when you sign up. And then you'll get a beautifully edited video from 2 camera angles. Yeah.
Is it possible to do 3 camera angles?
Yes, the most we've done so far is 5 camera angles, and we've done this for Red Bull's G-Flight experience, their acrobatic airplanes. So for that we use up to 5 cameras, not a problem at all.
Not a problem at all. What happens with the photography aspect of it? So we know about the video, it gets edited, gets delivered, but what happens with the photos? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, not only are we smarter when we do video, this is a very smart video system, it's also a smart photo system. So when we sign you up, you can tell us during each stage of the skydive, during the in the plane, flying up, exiting the door, in free fall or under parachute, how many photos per second you want in that section with a maximum of 30 photo per second burst. So if you want a lot of photos as they exit the plane, we can do that, and then we slow it down for the different sections of the skydive. So what that means for your customer is they're going to get less photos, but they're each going to be more interesting to them. So you don't just dump 400 photos to them. You give them maybe 50 really high quality photos.
That's great.
On top of that, if our first pass, we only get it down to 100 photos, we scan again and we find the best facial expressions, and we keep those. So if they're not looking at the camera or doing different things that aren't interesting, we take those pictures out for sure.
Very nice. Now, I come from film and television.
Yeah.
And one of the things that, as a drop zone owner, I'm very concerned about, and I'm sure a lot of these yells are concerned about as well. But how does branding work on those photos and copyrights?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. So when we sign you up, we'll work with you. We'll put all your branding in. If you want to put an AFF or a Tandem commercial at the end of each video, we can do that. Basically tailored to the way you want a video to do. But we'll come in with our expertise and we'll tell you, hey, this is what we know works, but you know what your brand is, so we'll kind of find the best middle ground and we'll come up with a good solution.
Very cool. What about music? Does it do the music automatically? Can the customers select a piece of audio, or how does it work?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So when the customer gets their video, they can get it on their email, or they can open it on our app. If they open it on our app, they're able to select different songs. We have about 20 license-free songs. We're working on a deal with Sony Music to add even more songs. And then any songs you have on your iTunes or Android, you can also select there at your own. Now it's at the user's liability, not yours. So if there's a song, licensing issue that's not...
It's not on us.
Yeah, usually it's not going to be a problem if it's just an individual. So that kind of fixes the problem right now.
Very cool. Now, this is incredible. Absolutely. You eliminated an incredible challenge in skydiving, and that is finding good editors who are willing to commit to do the incredible amount of work that goes behind the scenes to deliver a tandem video. How many customers do you have so far that have signed up for this, and where did you develop this?
Yeah, so our first customer was not a skydiving brand, it's Audi. It's one of our biggest customers right now. We also have some zip lines in the Caribbean, and we're signing a few more up in different places in the world. Drop zones, we have 4 live right now. We've edited 17,000 videos for them, and we have 8 more that we're ready to sign up. And now at the show, we're signing up a bunch more, so we're growing very quickly.
This is excellent. I would like to say, wow. Congratulations,
cool.
man. This
is
absolutely incredible piece of equipment and technology that you guys have come up with. I wish you all the best with skydiving. There you see it, guys. This is why you need to be right here at PIA. You meet some of the most incredible innovators in our industry coming up with absolutely incredible intelligent softwares and machines and things to help the drop zone owners and the skydivers all around to deliver a better product. So stay tuned right here on Skydive TV as we have a lot more stuff to bring, guys. I'm Sammy Vasiliev. See you in a little bit.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Elite Rigging Academy, the best parachute rigger education available for civilian and military.
Well, here we are with one of the innovators in our industry, Derek Thomas with Elite Rigging Academy. Derek, how many years did I hear you were rigging up in your seminar?
Well, I've been actually rigging for roughly 50 years.
Roughly 50 years.
Yes, I packed my first parachute in 1966 as a, how old was I then? 66, 9, 10 years old.
Wow.
And pretty much been packing parachutes ever since.
There we go. So that's before the conception of PIA, is that correct?
Long before.
Long before that.
Long before.
So are you one of the founding members of the PIA?
No, because when the PIA first pretty much got into form, it was like the late 80s, and I was back in England at that time. So it took a while for things to get a little bit more international. And of course, by '92, I was back here in the US with Sunpath, and then of course we became members of PIA, and of course the history of Sunpath and Pat Thomas and PIA is obviously legendary after last night's deal. So.
Yeah, it's quite incredible, huh?
Yeah, very.
Getting the Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yep.
How does that make you feel? I mean, you guys came here together, and it was.
I'm just very proud because I mean, most of that award I believe is for the extraordinary work she does for PIA and the museum. Obviously, we as a husband and wife and as partners at Sunpath, we took over something that was just starting to grow and turned it into the largest manufacturer of rigs in the world for a period of time. Very, very successful, very proud of that. Obviously, I had a great deal to do with that, as she did. I couldn't have done it without her. She couldn't do it without me. We were just a really good team, and things happen. People end up going different ways, and she's continued to keep the company going and doing a good job, and that's it, really. And like I said, she does so much other stuff on the outside of running the business. It's just crazy. Yep. I tell her all the time, I don't know why you're stopping or retiring from a paying job to go and work extra hours for nothing, but there you go.
There you go. You never know, huh?
No.
We call it love, don't we?
We do.
Yeah.
We do. And yeah, for sure. She works really hard, as you know.
There we go. Well, here we are, 2019, and Derek Thomas is with Elite Rigging Academy.
Yep.
And tell me about your academy, what you guys do, and how Elite Rigging Academy came about.
Well, obviously when Pat and I split, she eventually had taken Sunpath up to North Carolina. So I had a 15,000 square foot manufacturing facility in Zephyr Hills that was dormant and empty, and came a period of time when I decided I need to do something. I need to work this building, and I really didn't want to get back into the rig business. I didn't really want to, I couldn't really find an energy that would make me fight against my own child, so I just started to think, I'm getting older. Skydiving and parachute manufacturer rigging has been good to me, and I really wanted to start giving something back, and to try and change the way or the quality of riggers that are coming into the community. And so that's what I did. I got together with Mark Cruzy. We discussed how and what we could do and how we should do it. We developed a curriculum for our 3-week program. I didn't want to do a flash in the pan type 1-week rigging course, which is very difficult, I think, for anybody to really learn. You can achieve a rigger certificate, but are you an inexperienced rigger, or are you just another human being with a rigger's ticket?
Yeah.
So that was the whole motivation. I wanted to at least send an inexperienced rigger out of my class with a rigger's ticket, not just another human being. And I've been enjoying it. It's been fantastic. The school is growing and growing. In the beginning, it was I had one course when nobody showed up.
There we go. Really? So you didn't take deposits?
No, I don't take deposits. I should, but I don't. It's not that they didn't show up. Nobody registered for that course, And I've ran a course for one. I don't have any minimums, and I don't have any maximums. I'll figure it out. If I get 10 people, I'll bring in extra instructors. If I have one person, they get a hell of a deal. They get me to themselves. And I've done that. I've back in the beginning, the first year or so, I ran a couple of courses for just one person because that's who showed up. I set up my course dates, and that's it. The course dates are set. Nobody shows, I get a 3-week vacation.
There we go.
If one shows, they get a hell of a deal.
That's great, huh? So when did the Elite Rigging Academy start?
We ran our first pilot course. I trained 2 guys for free, basically, just to do a beta course and check it out. Was November of 2014.
November 14, and
Yeah.
that was in Sea Hills.
Yeah, it was in Sea Hills, yeah. So Mark and I ran the course. We had 2 guys. We got them all done and dusted. We tweaked the curriculum a little bit, and then we've been firing on all cylinders ever since.
That's right. And how many students you guys having on average now? Are you running regular courses?
Yeah, my regular courses now are averaging somewhere between 4 and 7, 8 as an average. Yeah, I haven't run a course with less than 4 people in for probably over a year. And when I just finished, I had 10 people.
Wow, that's
so
fantastic.
it was a big course. So.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for your supporting our program. I really appreciate your support.
My
It's
pleasure.
absolute incredible pleasure. You are one of my heroes. You built my first rig.
Thank you.
And we had
That's right, we go back a ways.
That's right, just a little bit.
A little bit.
And of course, I'm going to be one of your students here
That's
very
true.
shortly.
That's very true.
Yes. So thank you. Good luck with Elite Rigging Academy. Is there anything you want to say to all these young riggers that are coming out?
Oh,
and
come see me, of course.
Yes, that's absolutely.
Yeah, it's a fine, honest institution. You should join.
You heard it from the master. All right, guys. Well, thanks for watching, guys. Thank you very much for giving us the time. Appreciate it. And good luck with your school.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Sigma, the platform for all of life's achievements.
Sigma is a digital place for sharing and storing all of life's achievements. With Sigma, your organization can send and verify things like licenses, awards, certifications, and membership cards through our website or mobile app. It's a fast, easy, and secure way to track anyone's experience, so nothing gets lost, stolen, or faked again. So get back to learning, climbing, flying, or whatever you do, and let Sigma handle the rest. Sign up today at sig.mn.
What's up, Skydive TV? You got Dylan Avatar here over with Sigma, Ed Scott with the USPA. Thanks for being here, Ed. And Jody Moore with Gear Pro. So we're over at the Star Awards out at the USPA booth. It's some pretty exciting stuff. And so Jody's going to highlight his piece of technology that he's trying to share with the skydive industry. It's pretty rad, so check it out. Thanks, Jody.
Thank you. I'm Jody Moore, thank you, and this is Gear Pro. This is a system that tracks parachutes, logbooks, and packing updates on all your contractors. You can update via the telephone, you can update pack jobs via iPad, or you can update pack jobs via your computer itself. The system tracks all your contractor packs, it tracks all the logbook information, repack information. You have green service lights and red service lights for whenever you want to take the system out of service. There's just a boatload of technology in this system.
Cool, right on. Right on, thanks Jody. So if you're a drop zone owner and you're looking for a gear management software, come and check out Gear Pro. Thanks guys.
Here we go. We're about to get to announce the winner from the Star Awards organized by Sigma and USPA, and we will find out who won the technology awards organized by those two entities. So right here behind us we have Jacob from Sigma, and he's about to let us know who the winner is.
We are. Hey there in TV land. We're all really excited to be here at the USPA Star Awards sponsored by Sigma, and we're here to announce the winner for Drop Zone Tools today. I'll let you guys. We are very pleased to award a $1,500 check to the winner of today's competition.
Ready?
Yep, go for it.
Ready?
To Big Picture. Congratulations, Andre. Come on over. This is for you. We're all very impressed. We were very impressed with all the software and solutions offered today, and we are hoping that everyone will see more of these stuffs out in the market soon.
It was a top.
Congratulations, and we're very proud of you. Want to share a little bit?
Yep. I'm really surprised, but at the same time, I'm really proud that I did that, and I really think that this is a great thing.
USPA, you did the right choice.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you guys all tomorrow for the next competition.
Here we are with the winner of the Star Awards organized by Sigma and USPA. This is Andre with Spot Assist. Andre, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So tell me about your Spot Assist. What is it, and what does it do for our industry?
Spot Assist is a mobile application. 3 years ago I started mobile application. It solves like really simple problem, but it's very serious problem, where to exit. So before the jump we all get the winds aloft and we get them in their head and we look at the map and what does it mean. So we do a lot of calculation in our head. So instead of that I created the application that shows you the circle, you exit right there and you're going to be fine. You're coming back to the drop zone, make another jump. Second stage, you have to land. The pattern, it shifts with the wind back and forth, it draws you the pattern. So probably I will show you right here. All right, so this is all automated. In the mobile application, you do this manually. This is the tool similar to the mobile application, only for entire drop zone. So before going on the jump, you just come here and look at the screen. Okay, I'm jumping western on the green. And I see that the wind in the ground is 5 miles. And wind at 900 meters is that. I have to exit in that circle to get back to the drop zone. And when I get to the drop zone, this is my pattern. So for students, this proved to be just invaluable. Just looking at this, it took me like less than a minute to see my jump and my landing, and I go jumping. But then this weather changes, it changes throughout the day. I go back, I pack, I go on the jump, I refresh, and okay, maybe the wind changed, and I could see probably that circle that we saw, probably it shifted. And now I have up-to-date weather. I can keep jumping, I can keep coming back to the drop zone, pack and do another jump, pack and do another jump, and that's what we do.
So I have a question for you. So is this happening while the jumper is actually jumping, or is this happening prior to the jump?
This?
Yes. I got it.
Yeah, you got it. So this is always set up on the drop zone. This screen, it's like on the wall. This weather update is pulling every 10 minutes. So the jumper is on the plane, it's happening. The jumper on the ground, it's happening. Before the jump, they look. They know conditions, they jump. If the weather condition changes drastically during the jump, I mean, that's just the information that the jumper got. But that's the attempt to get the most up-to-date information for the skydiving.
So some drop zones have set patterns that have to be followed. Can you adjust the landing pattern accordingly on this prior?
Absolutely. Yeah. Let me show you that. And that's the case like my home drop zone, skydive the range. That's our skydive the range. So that's the current condition for skydive the range right now. We will wait for the pattern and see what does it mean to jump in a set pattern. We have actually two directions. We call it mountains or the pond. That is the direction. Okay. And we always fly on that side. No matter what the wind is, we always fly on that side, either left pattern or right pattern. This will go automatically recalculate if the wind will change. From here, it will switch to right pattern and go that direction.
Okay. So I noticed that this is in meters per second. Is it changeable to kilometers? Is it changeable to miles?
That's actually up to the drop zone to change settings. Celsius, knots.
Yeah, fully customizable.
Feet, absolutely.
Very
yes.
Good. Is the software available right now on the market?
Yes.
Where can we get it?
The site called dropzones.spotassist.com.
There we go. Well, Andre, congratulations on your award.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is quite valuable. I will check it out ourselves.
Thank you.
Once again, guys, if you're not here, you're missing out, because here at PIA, if you're a professional skydiver, if you're in the industry and you're not here, you're missing out. A lot of innovations this year are coming out in the market, and absolutely incredibly invaluable tools for our sport, the students, and of course the experienced jumpers all together. Thanks for watching Skydive TV. My name is Sammy Vasiliev. Stay tuned. Well, day 2 of 2019 PIA has started, and people come here not just for the seminars and for the equipment, but they come here to honor their friends, to see their friends, people that haven't seen each other for many years, and it's a fantastic gathering to have few beers and a lot of fun. So today we want to take you around the booths and see who's going to have the most fun right here at 2019 PIA Symposium. Stick with us, guys. Let's go see what's going on.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paragear. Get all your skydiving gear at Paragear.
Get your gear from Paragear, the one-stop skydiving gear store.
Here we are at the Cookie booth, and Cookie has come out with a G4, guys. It's an incredible new helmet. I want to hear all about it from Jason Cook himself. He's going to tell us all about that new helmet. Jason, here we are, buddy. How are ya?
Excellent, mate. Excellent.
Hey, PIA 2019.
Isn't it good?
It's phenomenal. You tell me, new helmets on the market.
Oh, I know. Yeah, we're excited about the G4 and showcasing it here. All I can say, I'm so excited. Yeah, it's been a long road to get to this point with a lot of input from our flyers out there on the market, and yeah, so we're happy to show it off here.
There we go. Why don't you show me a little bit about that helmet? You know,
yeah. So we're going to compare this to a G3 for a start. A couple of keywords come to mind. That's quiet for one.
Okay.
Slick. It's very smooth, especially with the visor design. Yeah. Also protective. So basically we built this helmet around a skydiving and wind tunnel helmet standard, a European standard called XPS 72-600.
Okay.
So the helmet's tested for impact rating under varying conditions, visors optically tested, roll off. Because it's a parachuting standard, it has very much specific parachuting style of tests. One of them's a snag test. The other one is a chin strap retention test. So this buckle's got to be released one-handed under load. Yeah, so quiet, slick and protective. So we're going to ask what's the difference between this and the G3. First off, the back's a lot lower. We've got coverage at the rear of the helmet, very specific for the dynamic market and flyers out there in the wind tunnel. They're probably the most guys that are banging themselves up doing dynamic flight. Visor mechanism, completely revamped visor mechanism. So the visor mechanism operates exactly as the G3. A couple of minor differences. The visor actually got to travel about 3 millimeters forward more on the G4 than it does on the G3. And to do this, you just get the visor to be able to clear the shell here, but we get a nice smooth shell. A stainless steel spring mechanism. So rather than a green rubber bands that do require maintenance in the G3, we've got a stainless steel spring specifically engineered for this helmet. and it has a constant force when you're during the opening position that's a lot lower than it is on the G3. So the girls are really going to benefit about the opening mechanism. Lots of other features, Vasily. You want me to keep trucking along?
Yeah, well, I mean, you said quiet, so...
So basically the EPP energy management system also creates like sound acoustic deadening, which is fantastic. Line is removable, tricky but removable.
Okay.
The audible pockets are larger than the G3, especially good for fitting the Atlas and Aldi 2 kind of products. They're kind of a larger audible activity.
There won't be against you here hurting you.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I like that.
Also, in the front of the helmet, we've got a ventilation control.
Okay.
So there's a couple of sliders on the inside of the helmet that you can either turn off or on the ventilation air coming in the helmet. So one of the ventilation controls goes up the inside face shield of the visor, exits through the top of the energy management system. The other one comes straight into your mouth.
Wow.
So you get to choose. You can turn it on, you can turn it off. You're tunnel flying, skydiving, you can get to decide.
So it means we can always breathe the fresh air.
Yeah, you breathe in the present and breathe out the past, right?
Right. Excellent. So is the product available on the market yet?
No, it's not going to be available till summer. So that's the Northern Hemisphere summer. We're going to be taking pre-sale orders through our distributor network first, and then we're going to be working our butts off to be able to manufacture this bad boy.
I see a whole bunch of them out here. What is it going to take for me to bribe you to get one?
Mate, nothing like beer. Over a chat at the bar.
There we go.
Retail price, everyone's been asking, what are they? They're $439 US.
Right.
So pretty much ballpark with our other helmets on the market. That's pretty much it, buddy. Yeah, 13 colours, 9 colour side plates, a couple of seals on the front just to direct there where you need it to go. Look, the feedback, and even when you do try one on, you go, wow, these are pretty quiet.
Very cool, guys. You haven't missed a show in the last few years.
I know, it's been great.
Yeah. How is 2019 comparing to any other PIA so far?
Oh, look, they're as good as each other. We all get revved up for coming here because we get to meet our old friends like you and our old industry friends, as well as all our old customers keep turning up, which is great. So the relationships that we built over these, it feels like 10 years have been fantastic. And we just live in one big Sky family, so we get to travel and also hang out with our mates and talk a little bit of shop about our products. Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. And look, and Pat and her PIA crew, you cannot fault their unwavering, efforts into putting this show on. And as a vendor, we could not think of any other place to be rather than PIA. Hence, we go to a lot of effort to be here, and hopefully we can impart some of our helmet making knowledge onto our customers.
There we go, man. Well, have a great show.
Thanks, buddy.
Congratulations on the new product. Here we are with Sandy Reed from Rigging Innovations PIA 2019.
Yeah.
Wow. You're one of the founders of this event.
Ooh, I've been at virtually all the symposiums since the start, and for about 10 years prior, 10 years prior, from the rigging part, they called it the rigging convention. It was just a bunch of riggers getting together, talking rigging, and drinking beer.
That's right. And look what happened.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
It's amazing, yeah.
So here you are this year, having 2 years ago you showcased a new invention that you're working on.
Right.
And we filmed it, and 2 years later you're about to release it.
Oh, we've already released it. It's actually in production. That's why we're showcasing out. And you'll notice our display is all about the Mojo, which is the MARD system that we have.
So that's the name of it. The official name is the Mojo.
The Mojo, yep.
Okay. And did you make that decision recently, or was that called Mojo back in 2017?
No, probably about maybe a year ago. Yeah. It's actually, it used to be a base canopy called the Mojo, and it was a very good one, and I knew the owner of the company that made it. They never trademarked the name.
Boom.
And I said, I'd like to use it. He says, it's got a good connotation, run with it. You can have it.
What a gesture.
Mojo is like a talisman or a good luck piece, and we thought it was appropriate for our little talisman on here.
Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about it now that we are right here?
Okay, well, the Mojo is our trade name for a device called a MARD, Main Assisted Reserve Deployment. A lot of people call it just the Skyhook. Well, we're trying to get away from the Skyhook because that's a trade name like Kleenex, you know?
Okay.
So everybody uses the MARD, we call it the Mojo. And what it does, you use the main canopy when you cut it away, so that you have the main canopy hooked up to the reserve static line, the risers, and it takes the reserve bag and drags it out of the container. It stays hooked together, and it reduces the distance, the opening time, okay, so that it's a faster, maybe shorter reserve. It's not as much as people think. There have been claims that it goes from 200 feet to 50 feet. No, it's not. And the numbers are unknown at this time as far as what they have, but it does help. It is a device that has become very popular. Bill Booth has done a great job of convincing the world that you have to have a MARD system of one sort. So we have our MARD. We like to think that this is probably simpler and cleaner than anything that's out there. We have a little pin device that's right here. So when it loads, you have the reserve bag. Okay, you can hold that right there.
Okay.
You pull on it, so as it's holding in, so now it's pulling the pin into the pocket and it keeps it in there. So now we can do this. You can take this. This is if you have a total where the main is in and you're having a cutaway. This is into the container, and as we pull this, this way, we gotta go. Sorry, this way. So we have only about 2 pounds, 1 kilo of the force that we take. It works on those two parameters. All MARDs, no matter what kind they are, operate under the same concept that you have to have. So what we're looking at behind us here is from the initial time about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, from this device through here to the one that we're using today. And the genesis on this was a system from a French company that made base rigs, and they came up with a positive locking toggle device, because the last thing you want when you're doing base is to get a toggle fire and get a spinner. So they sent it to us and said, do you think this would make a good MARD? We liked the idea, but it didn't work. But we started working with it in modification and ended up with this one, and this is the current version that we have today.
There we go. So has the Mojo been released yet?
Yes.
It has.
We've been building it for probably about 8 or 9 months now. We have about 100 in the field that are out there. We're working on our next 100. But we're finding that over 50% of our orders for our curve, because that's what we're putting on the curve of the CPX, are with it, and we're doing a lot of retrofits out here. So our major effort here at the symposium is to educate the riggers on the final design that we have, how it works, and how simple it is.
This portion of the program is brought to you by SunPath Products, the choice of world champions for over 30 years.
So let's take a look at this rig. This is what UPT has created. Bill Booth never fails to come up with some of the most incredible designs for PIA. Look at this, guys. This is representing the state of Texas and the Cowboys, and we have the letters, we have the chaps on the back right here. Go ahead and turn around, Steve, a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Check this out. And also, if you look very carefully, Bill has never spelled a detail. The little thing is right here. Turn a little bit just this way. Yeah. Look at this. This is a cowboy all the way around. That's right. So we have the buckle. Look at the cutaway handle. It's an old horseshoe. Steve, how does that feel? How does that rig feel on you, buddy?
It's nice, actually. Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Would you jump it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right. See, and you got the horse, so you can ride it all the way down.
I'll ride all the way down, yes,
it?
sir. I could not tell you what's in. I would hope canopies if I'm going to jump it.
Very cool. I have some questions for Bill Booth. Bill, this is a masterpiece, sir.
I like this rig.
And I like it too very much. You never fail to deliver something incredible each and every time we come to PIA.
Well, thank you.
So tell me, what's the inspiration for this one?
Well, we're in Dallas, Texas. And this is Texas, you know?
He's the sheriff too, huh?
The sheriff, yeah, he's sheriff. He's got a horseshoe for his ripcord handle, but we figured we needed a cowpoke rig in Texas. Trouble is, Cincinnati, I think it's next time. What's Cincinnati famous for? We're trying to figure out
the Iron Belt.
Maybe we'll make an iron rig. I don't.
Well, no, that would be interesting, huh?
Yeah, that would be fun. But no, we make theme rigs. You know, we made the one in Florida out of snakeskin, you know, and so I think this is cool.
It's very cool. So is this rig fully jumpable right now?
Absolutely. Yeah. In the 80s, I made at least 25 leather rigs, and they wear really well. They look like an old leather jacket, but I know guys put 1,000 jumps on them. So it's a totally legal, really rig. And maybe we'll make more. If people want them, we might start making 10 or 20 a year.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, very exciting. So is this part of the competition for the most creative part in the booth?
I don't know what the competition is, but I hope this thing wins something.
So too.
It's a lot of work.
Excellent. Well, we'll find out a little bit towards the end of the show.
Yeah, and it's absolutely jumpable.
It's absolutely jumpable. What's in it actually? What size canopies are in it?
I'm not sure, but it's 348, 345, something like that. So fairly large canopies. You know, as you can see, it's made for a big guy. It's perfect for him.
Bill, I see a lot of details here. Of course, your company logo. Turn around, Steve, a little bit more. Look at this right here. This is all made out of leather.
Branded.
Right here.
Yeah.
So what goes into something like this? I mean, how much of an effort?
A lot of planning. A lot of planning. We've got to get the leather and try it.
Steve, you can turn around, buddy.
Yeah. There you can see it. We had to have the brand. This is actually brand first.
Brand first.
It's a real branding iron.
Excellent. Cool.
Yeah. And
how long did it take you to actually make this rig?
Just a couple of weeks. This wasn't hard. Leather is easy to work with. Okay. It really is. It's nothing non-standard. If you can turn around here, it's Cordura underneath.
It's Cordura underneath. Yeah. So it's
a Cordura rig with a leather applique, which makes it legal.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Did you personally make this rig?
No, I didn't personally make it. We give it to our best people to make. Several people made it. But the people that normally do the rig just did it. It's just a little bit thicker, a little harder to work with, but
very cool.
It's very fine. I think it'll last a long time.
I think so too. I think this stole the show this year because I loved it when I saw. Especially, you got to see the head right there. I mean, this is. How did you come up with this? Look at this.
Yeah.
This is a real skull.
It's a real stand. Yeah. For the rig. Yeah.
Excellent.
It's cool. It's cool. Well, we try to be every detail. We even got the old Rusty Barn stuff here, you know.
That's right, that's right.
And I'm in a wanted poster, you know, so.
Of course, the most wanted man.
Yeah.
PIA 2019. Stay tuned on Skydive TV.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Elite Rigging Academy, the best parachute rigger education available for civilian and military.
Here we go, guys. We are at the LMB booth with Roberta and Jeffro. Guys, how are you? Hi, Roberta.
I'm doing very good. Thank you.
Excellent. What about you, Jeffro?
I'm doing awesome. Here, couldn't ask for anything more with some of my best friends.
That's right.
Yeah.
From Red Bull to LMB.
Yeah.
PIA 2019. So tell me, what's new this year at the LMB booth?
I'm gonna just start right away with like my favorite product that we have. It's what I've been jumping now for like the last year. It's called the Aries 2. Basically, it's a visual altimeter, ruggedized, originally designed for the military, but it's catching a lot of traction in the sport side of it also. It's just really durable. It's made out of aircraft grade aluminum, and the screen is a little bit bigger, so it's really easy to see the numbers. And if you're into doing offsets or jumping at night, it's very easy to access the offset and to turn on the light. So I just really like this because mainly the size. I like seeing the larger numbers, to be honest, and I like wearing it on my wrist or on my forearm with the elastic band. So, this is pretty much like the newest thing. There are a few other versions of this that is available to the military. They have a few other features, but it's basically the same thing as the Aries 2. This was kind of like the base model for a number of other models.
You can throw it on the floor and doesn't break.
Yeah, you can throw it on do it, yeah. I mean, that was like actually the worst throw I've ever seen.
Who
So
would do this? Come on, guys.
I mean,
seriously,
I would just throw it across the whole place. I mean, yeah.
It doesn't break.
I mean, and it's carpet, but I mean, whatever. We should throw it against a brick wall. It's over there. Someone thinks it's free now. Like you're gonna grab it.
No. We'll go get it.
And that's the light.
Yeah.
And if you don't see very good the numbers, this one you can see because the numbers are big.
Yeah, the numbers are pretty big. There's one other actually product that it's not the newest, it's been out for a couple years now, and it's called the Quattro. And basically the Quattro is an audible altimeter that has a fourth setting. So it's actually designed for big waves. So you have an extra beep or an extra warning to break off. So if you have, different waves of break-offs, different altitudes, you just have that option of adding another warning. You could use it for swooping also because it does have the canopy settings also. So it's basically like an Optima 2 with an extra freefall setting, with an extra freefall beep. And that's called Quattro. That's Italian. Quattro. Hey, Italiano. Mangia.
Let me ask you something, Roberta. So this is all cool stuff, but every year, guys, you come out here, have a great booth, lots of action going on. What's happening at the 2019 LMB booth, Roberta?
So this year we changed the place. It's been changing place every 2 years now.
Yeah.
I like here, it's new. I don't know Texas. Cowboys, shooting guns. I don't know.
Steak.
Drinking whiskey.
Rodeo.
You're a wine drinker, though.
Yeah, I'm drinking wine.
That's right.
Salute.
Salute.
So I like here, it's new. I think there are lots of people this year, and probably tomorrow and the next day is gonna be more. I like how they set up our booth. It's pretty big.
I like it.
And we are in the center. So
middle. We're in the middle.
Yeah, we're in the middle.
And we have the most real estate, I think.
Did you have a chance to walk around and see something that really intrigues you?
Yes, well, for me, of course, I saw all my sponsors, Cypress, PD, so I went to visit UPT, and they are also good friends, so I like to see the new products that they made. I think was really cool what UPT did on the new rigs. Every year they come up with something different, and this year is Texas style, cowboy style.
They're like special.
Yeah, did you see that rig? It's incredible.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
We're about to go check it out.
Yeah, you should.
You should. Actually, really stoked. It kind of goes like in conjunction with some of our products. The Audibles is Cookie's new G4 helmet,
Yes, that's
which
nice.
is amazing, and it's actually it provides real protection, and it's good for multiple impacts. It's not like your regular bicycle helmet that you crash once, you throw it away, you gotta get a new one. It's a different material, different foam and padding. Talk to those guys and give you more about it, but it's amazing. I was like so fired up on that helmet.
I am too.
So comfortable, and the mechanism for the visor is it just feels so, it's easy and it's awesome.
Yeah, and
just
I
stick
like
a couple Optimas in there and you're good,
Yeah.
I like the blue visor on some.
yeah.
That's
that one
cool.
too. It's
That's
pretty
pretty
cool.
cool.
Yeah.
The best things here is to see all our friends.
Yeah.
All in ones.
Amici.
Our friends sponsors.
Amici is Italian.
Amici.
Friends in Italian.
So it's nice, to come back here every 2 years and see everybody, you guys, and everybody else.
This portion of the program is brought to you by NZ Aerosports, manufacturing the wings you want to fly since 1986. From AFF student to world champion, Icarus canopies are for you.
Here we are at the booth of Skydive Space Landing out of Houston. This is a home state for them. And we have Steve Boyd and Thomas Hughes. Thomas, how are you guys?
Good. Good to be here.
Good to be here.
Good to be here.
Excellent, guys. So Thomas, you, a long-time competitor with Arizona Airspeed, had a little bit of a break. Kids, family, 2 kids now, right?
Yep, 2 kids.
There we go. And got hired by Steve to be the Drop Zone general manager. How you went from that transition to where you are?
So it's a pretty fun position. Taking a Drop Zone that, although it was established, it had pretty low numbers. Fun jumpers weren't really jumping there very much. So now we're starting to turn that around and try to make it a little bit more fun jumper friendly, student friendly. Trying to increase the activity on the Drop Zone.
Yep. Steve, you guys have 5 Drop Zones right now.
Yes, sir.
And as you all know, skydiving is dependent on tandems, so we can keep the things going. How do you guys get around with the low prices on tandems in the state of Texas?
Well, our marginal price point is about $189, so it's not really low. Where we stay away from the third-party marketers and just market ourselves. So with that and the volume that we produce, over 5 Drop Zones, soon to be 6, then that's what makes it special. Our number one priority is training students. So it's not the tandem market, it's the solo market. We're the number one company in the United States to issue A licenses.
And how many A licenses do you do per year?
Just out of Houston is 320 or something like that.
320.
Just out of Houston.
A
We got
licenses.
5 Drop Zones, yes.
Yeah. And all together?
I don't really know what it is, but it's got to be 400 or 500.
That's per year?
Per year.
That is huge. That's huge numbers. So who else comes close to that? Maybe Skydive Chicago?
No.
Nobody. Not even?
Yeah, we're number one.
Wow. So what does it take to run an operation like that?
That's a better question for Steve.
Lots of people like Thomas.
Yeah, lots of people like Thomas.
I have good people around me, and that's what I do is I hire good, qualified people. It's all about customer service. It's not about the total management. It's about customer service.
Running 5 Drop Zones makes you the largest skydiving operator, I believe, in the United States. Is that correct?
Correct.
So there's a lot of complications in between running a Drop Zone. Some of them are independent contractors, some of them are employees. How do you handle that aspect of your business?
We're trying to move right now from the normal independent contractors to all employees. And we're looking for the proper model right now as we speak. Probably in the next year, everybody will be employees.
There we go. How do you handle workman's comp on that?
A workman's comp. We just buy it.
Just buy it?
Yeah, and the state will set the rates.
Wow. And how many people do you have working for you?
Right now we have 150 people, and soon to be way more than that.
There we go. Thomas, how long have you been on this position?
Since September 15th, so I'm still pretty new at the position, but been having a lot of fun exploring what we can do and where we can move into, and enjoying it.
What is your vision for the Drop Zones, for all the locations and the direction of skydiving, where we are as a whole?
So continuing education is a big one. So making sure that our students are educated enough to survive in the sport. Trying to keep retention for the fun jumpers. Make sure that we're continuing education for the fun jumpers also. I think those two alone are pretty massive goals, and I think they'll do the world of good to the sport.
Randy, this year there was a change for you. You went from USPA to IBA.
No. Went to USIS, US Indoor Skydiving.
See,
that's
the new organization.
Brand new organization, not directly affiliated with iFly Corporate at all.
Okay.
And we are the new national governing body and designated air sport organization in the United States for indoor skydiving.
You just held the first nationals, I believe?
Yep. First Open National Championships was held at Virginia Beach in January, and we selected half of the U.S. team to go to the Indoor World Championships in Lille, France in April.
That's exciting news.
It was awesome.
Tell me about your new position. What is your responsibility there?
Well, I'm the Director of Operations. I'm currently the only full-time employee of the organization, so if it has to do with indoor skydiving, governance, and U.S. team, it's me. It's kind of intimidating at times.
There we go. Randy, always a pleasure, man.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you as well.
You bet. Take care.
So there you go, guys. All kinds of people walk around here in the industry, celebrities, USPA board members, everybody who is in the industry is right here and accessible. So if you have any questions and you want to reach out to somebody, you need to be right here at PIA so you can connect directly right with these folks and ask your questions. Have a great time. Have a beer with them.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Sigma, the platform for all of life's achievements.
Sigma is a digital place for sharing and storing all of life's achievements. With Sigma, your organization can send and verify things like licenses, awards, certifications, and membership cards through our website or mobile app. It's a fast, easy, and secure way to track anyone's experience, so nothing gets lost, stolen, or faked again. So get back to learning, climbing, flying, or whatever you do, and let Sigma handle the rest. Sign up today at sig.ma.
This year, actually last year I believe, Sigma became a sponsor of wingsuiter Chris Geiler.
Yep.
How has that relationship been working out for you guys?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we've been sponsoring Chris, I think about 2 years now.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, we're really proud of him. He's an incredible athlete, but he's just also a fantastic human being. Super humble, very respectful and respectable. And it's a real pleasure working with him.
Here we are walking around, and of course we bump into World Cup champion Chris Geiler here at the PIA Symposium. Chris, how is it going so far at 2019 PIA Symposium?
It's been awesome, really good. This is my first symposium, so
first one.
Yeah, so
wow.
Beer, I know. So yeah, really cool to see everything, and with all the companies around and what they're bringing out as well. It's been really exciting, really cool.
What stands out for you the most when you see all these toys that we have, the new stuff? What stands out the most this year?
To me, I think the big thing that's really changing is technology that's coming into the sport. I see that as a really big thing. There's so many different things, like companies are starting to implement more technology to help us with what we're doing. It's really good.
Excellent. So you've been a sponsor at Lead by Sigma.
Yeah.
How has that relationship been so far? And tell me, where is Sigma and Chris Geiler going?
Cool. Yeah, I've been with Sigma for probably about 2 years now, and from the start, I saw them as a great way of helping the sport progress, because now we can start to validate things a lot more. It's not going to be possible for people to fake things anymore, and that's the really big thing that I'm stoked on.
And this is where the technology that you're talking about comes in play, which is of course Sigma integration with Burble. Then we have all these new technologies, color alti. What do you think about that?
Yeah, a lot of new stuff. That integration with Burble is going to be huge. It's going to just streamline everything. You turn up to the drop zone, and they're going to know what license you've got. What ratings you've got as well, and then hopefully if it all works out with rigging as well, they'll know if your reserve's in date or not as well. So you won't even be able to pencil pack. You know, it's going to be a thing of the past.
That's correct. Yeah, imagine the rigger puts in all the stuff in there. You go and it's all in burble. You know, and it's all through the hard work of Sigma has done.
Yeah.
What about Chris Geiler? Tell me what's next for you. Yeah, you are a World Cup champion.
Yeah.
Then the championships came in 18.
Yeah.
What's next for you?
Yeah, well, so moving on into the future, I guess, you know, for me, it's just always trying to do the best that I can do. You know, like I'm always just trying to outdo myself. I don't think I really did a great job in 2018, and so I'm just looking to do better than what I did in 2018.
Is that a motivational jolt that comes in?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, I'm always competing with myself. That I'm my biggest competitor. Yeah.
Excellent. You recently had a baby. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome to the world of fatherhood. How has that changed your life so far?
Well, it's made me really good at not getting any sleep. That's probably the biggest thing. Yeah, I'm learning to sleep in brackets of about 2 hours. It's awesome.
It works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Excellent. Well, Chris, thank you very much for your time here. Enjoy the rest of the show and keep competing, my friend.
Thank you. I will do.
Cool.
All right. See you guys.
There you guys have it. You know, a lot of technology once again. I believe that the theme of the 2019 PIA Symposium and Expo will be the technology that was introduced to the sport. Absolutely incredible amount of it, and as Chris Gala says it, that's Sigma, this is the Color Alti, this is a lot of the other new inventions that are coming into our sport simply to improve safety and to help those young jumpers get a little better at what they do. So stay tuned right here on Skydive TV, we have a lot more to bring to you guys.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Revel, the best tandem video solution.
I'm a big fan of Revel.
It is absolutely a game changer.
Pretty much sells itself.
We have finally found a fix for the problem that we had.
Revel X is a completely automated video solution for tandem and AFF videos. And when we say completely automated, we mean it. Editing videos using artificial intelligence and automatically uploading videos and photos to the cloud. Then delivering them to your customers through the Revel mobile app and branded email. It even continues to sell video products to your customers after they leave the drop zone, using an automated email flow for up to 6 weeks after their jump.
PA is not just a place for seminars, it's also a place to revisit good friends, old friends, make some new ones. I want to take you right there to Bo. He's right here. Check this out. Hey man, what's up, dude?
Hi. What up?
How are you, bro?
Awesome. How's it going?
Excellent.
What's going on?
Here we are. We came to see you, Bo. What's up, man?
Hello. We're doing great. Just adding a little detail to our nice swing we have over here.
That's
just
cool.
making sure it's hooked on by slinks rather than hard links, right?
That's right. So, Bo, how's everything going, man?
Going great, for sure. We're having a blast here. PIA is doing super well so far. It's busy. There's a lot of people here. There's a lot of vendors. I'm doing well. I'm loving it. Attended a couple good seminars today. Went to Greg Windmiller's earlier on canopies, different canopies and kind of different things for drop zones to think about. And then I gave one on packing a parachute earlier. That went pretty well. So life's good.
Very cool. So from Skydive TV to PD.
There we are.
How's life so far for you, man?
Oh man, it's good. I get to fly. It's a dream come true. I get to fly all the different parachutes. I get to train with the best canopy pilots there are. I get to jump with them. I get to live in the epicenter of skydiving in DeLand, and it's all parachute stuff, and I love it. Honestly, like getting to fly all the canopies, getting to be exposed to the knowledge of how they're built, all the things that go into them, and just being around the environment of skydiving and flying parachutes.
So, 2017, I believe, was your first PIA.
Yes.
Yeah. And
last one.
when you started working with Skydive TV, you were a fairly young jumper.
Yeah.
You know, kind of got introduced. I threw you under the bus the first time around in Z Hills.
Yeah.
You pulled it off.
That
But
was fun.
fast forward all these years, here we are. How has working with a company like PD changed your outlook on skydiving and what we do?
It's a tough question. It's given me a huge appreciation for the time and effort and resources that go into all the gear, really, but you know, specifically designing parachutes and producing canopies. It's made me really feel, it's crazy because like we build a parachute in our factory and then it goes in a plastic bag and is shipped out somewhere in the world for somebody to open up and jump out of an airplane with. And like, just, you know, if you take a step back and think about that, it's just pretty freaking cool.
It is, isn't it?
You know, it's pretty cool. And every skydiver I've gotten to meet along the way, they're all connected to the same family. You know, we all jump out of an airplane and we fly a parachute.
That's it, isn't it?
And that's it. And it's awesome.
What's
But it all started right here. All started right here.
Well, thanks for being part of Skydive TV. You always will be part of Skydive TV.
Thank you.
That's why we're gonna
gave
have a
me a
little bit of
chance.
fun together.
Okay.
You know,
A little bit of fun.
Well, we're gonna have a little fun. What was the funnest thing that you saw at PI this year?
At PI, well, I haven't gotten to see much so far.
PD's working you that hard?
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
I've been
sir.
stuck in the booth. Tell my boss I need a break.
Yeah, man. Well, so what do you think? Shall we go together, check it out?
Where do you want to go?
I heard some really cool stuff's happening in Skydive Chicago.
Yeah, the booth.
The booth. They got some kind of hanging thing. You want to hang with me?
Okay.
That's cool.
Let's do it.
Let's go, guys.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Ready?
I don't know.
All right, Bo, here we go. Check this out, man. So Skydive Chicago's got this hanging bar right here. What do you think? The seconds went to 140.
It went
a minute 40.
Oh, it's a minute 40, so 100 seconds.
Good. I don't know. You got any tips?
You look really strong.
Yeah, you got any tips? These are beer drinking muscles, not hanging muscles. Yeah.
All right, here we go, guys. So what do you think? Who's gonna go first?
One of the good tips, he was asking for tips, is a cross-handed bar like this. Grab it like this. If you do it like this, it's harder.
Slip.
But this is pretty good grip.
All right. There we go, guys. Bo's gonna go first. I'm gonna follow.
Oh man. My palms are sweaty.
Let's see, Bo.
Okay.
Here we go, guys.
I don't want the extra weight.
Yeah, take the pull-up cords out of your pocket.
So here we go.
Here we go. Bo is off and running. Bo, I'm gonna count you down at 10-second intervals so you know where you're at. And we have had 75, 76 people try something like that, and we've given away 6 jerseys. So it is doable. We've had men, women, elderly gentlemen one the other day. All right, you're at 1 minute and 15 seconds left. You can tickle him if you want, but I wouldn't do it. We've had a lot of little tickling going on all week. Yeah,
I'm sure.
1 minute, 5 seconds remaining for Bo, hanging on the hang bar, the hardcore hang bar challenge at Skydive. Hardcore. Yeah, it's hardcore. Wow. It's hardcore to hang there for that long. Now he's under a minute. You're at 50 seconds, Bo. 50 seconds, and no sign of the shakes either. Like your arms start to shake, you're done for.
It's all that hard work from PD that he's getting through, huh? All the packing.
All that packing.
Yeah.
All that rest. Tip Tuesday is finally gonna pay off.
That's it. Keep going.
30 seconds left, Bo. That's good. If anybody gets down to 30, they're doing a good job.
There we go.
26 seconds. 25.
Hold on, buddy. Come on.
Feel free to re-grip if you want to get a better grip. Dang, he saved through a re-grip. That's really hard to do. 15 seconds.
Hold on.
12.
Hold on.
Oh no! Good try. That was close.
Yeah.
You should have just stayed there.
There we go.
That was pretty good.
All right, let's see.
All right, here.
Well, that's all yours.
All right, Sammy. Let's go. Sammy's gonna see if he can do any better now.
Let's see, guys, what's gonna happen. Bo, what do you think? Am I gonna make it?
You're gonna make it down to 8 seconds.
Alrighty.
I have faith in Sammy. I know, it hurts your hands, doesn't it?
I'm surprised
Any
you
grip
can
you
grip
want,
that right
Sammy.
now.
Any grip.
I can't really.
It's a little spinny thing, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I might have to try it again tomorrow.
Yeah, you can.
Here
And Sammy from Skydive TV is
There goes
off.
Sammy.
I will let you know at 10-second intervals where you're at on the clock. So right now you're at 1 minute and 30 seconds left. It is tougher than it looks. If
You just started, bud. You got a long time to go.
Find a happy place.
I have no idea, about 10 seconds?
20 seconds, 22 seconds, 23, 24.
It's harder than it looks,
Can't believe I made it down to 7
You
seconds.
did too. It was
God,
so good,
they started to open up and I went to try and fix it. You're at a minute, almost a minute.
And 3 seconds remaining.
He's down to a minute. Look at.
Got a cheering section. 56 seconds, 55 seconds remaining.
Cheer him on, Mary.
Come on, Sammy! Woohoo! Sammy's got it. He's going to do it. He's smiling. He's happy. This is easy. Woo!
Last 3 seconds.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what it was.
39 seconds. You're doing good. When you get into 30s, you.
Oh, hell yeah, Sammy, you're at 35.
Sammy's going for the regret. 33.
Ah!
Good job, Sammy. Good job. It's hard, isn't it?
I have
What
to
do you
tell
think? What do you think?
What I think? I'll tell you what, I'm barely holding on to that microphone. That's a lot tougher than it looks.
It is. It's difficult.
So this is the booth at Skydive Chicago.
Yep.
What,
Down.
what made you guys come up with this thing?
Rook is actually his brainchild. He's like, he saw it online and he thought, man, that would be so much fun just to hang there. We'll give away free jerseys if anybody can do it. He can't do it. He gets to a minute.
Yeah.
I get 43 seconds in and I just drop.
Oh boy,
it's too much.
Bo, come over here, man. What was it for you?
That was sick. That was fun. All right,
7
close.
seconds, too.
7
Yeah.
seconds to go.
Yeah.
SDC is always a fun place to be at. I'm not surprised that they have something fun going on here.
There we go. There we go.
Cross grip.
All right, Skydive TV's cameraman is getting up there. We'll see. Normally behind the camera, got to get that pretty face out in front every once in a while. Yeah.
What do you think?
It's sweaty from Sammy's hands being on it, huh?
Focus on the positive. Like, yes, you can. You got this. I will. Yeah.
Oh, I will.
Oh, I will. Fall.
Any final words?
Here we go.
And it's off. All right. I'll do it in 10-second intervals.
Here we go. He just started. We're at 1:35 right now.
Find a happy place. Bo's is swooping a pound of there. There's a big rooster tail coming up from behind. 125, Michael. He's just gonna fall asleep.
Yeah, I know,
Looks like he's just gonna
right? So
take a nap.
casual. Just rest your head back, relax.
Just getting a massage.
Have you gotten anyone tall enough to where they just can stand on the ground?
Yeah, Alan.
They won the shirt.
Oh, yeah. Cheaters.
Now we make him lift it up. You're at 1 minute and 3 seconds. 1 minute left. 60 seconds.
There he goes. He's under a minute.
Legendary status in 60 seconds.
Legendary?
Legendary,
Wait.
or everybody will forget who the cameraman was.
That's right, yeah. It all comes down to this. The most important 45 seconds.
Oh, I've never seen this.
Whoa.
This is new strategy we haven't seen yet.
Those fingers look like they're slipping. Ah. You made it a minute and 1 second on the hang bar also.
Oh, brutal. Thanks for playing though, man. It's hard.
Good job, Michael. Give a word to Sammy for it. What do you think?
Sammy, man, you're tougher than I thought you were.
He beat you.
He beat me.
How
yeah.
embarrassed are you right now?
Well, it's pretty embarrassing when you see this guy hanging on a bar longer than you can.
It's got to be in the hair. I think.
It's the luxurious hair. You did it too, so that's definitely what it was about.
So how many seconds did you hang on this thing?
I did a minute. I did 60 seconds. It's
Yeah,
tough.
it
It's the
is.
regrets. Like, everybody's been doing really well, but that last 20 seconds, it just eliminates all of the people. But
That's it, huh?
yeah, we've had some, like 5, I think, contestants have gone, so it's been good. A lot of people, it's been fun.
Well, you guys with a hit of PIA yesterday. This thing
Yeah.
was packed here.
Yeah, it's doing good. The whole PIA is doing great. This is the busiest I've ever seen it, so it's a lot of fun, a lot of energy, and it's great.
That's cool. What's 2019 for Skydive Chicago?
Yeah, hopefully better weather for sure to start with, but no, it's good. We got a good event year. We got the head up record coming, sequential record, and then yeah, it should be kick butt.
There we go, man.
Yeah,
All
thanks,
the best.
Sammy.
Thank you, man. Cool.
Thank you, guys.
There you have it, guys. This is tougher than it looks, but you gotta try because it's a lot of fun. So stay tuned right here on Skydive TV. We'll bring you some more fun stuff right here from the show floor. Hopefully you enjoy it. Hopefully you stay with us. Stay tuned right here on Skydive TV. Well, hello everyone, and you are watching Skydive TV. My name is Sammy Vasiliev, and we are going to take you into day 3 of the 2019 PIA Symposium here in Dallas, Texas. Well, today is going to be an interesting day. Once again, we're going to take you around, show you what's happening, and take you through the STARS competition organized by Sigma and USPA. Those guys are going to bring some new technologies out, some new apps. Color Alti, that's kind of interesting. Stay tuned right here. We're going to show it all to you shortly.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Sigma, the platform for all of life's achievements.
Sigma is a digital place for sharing and storing all of life's achievements. With Sigma, your organization can send and verify things like licenses, awards, certifications, and membership cards through our website or mobile app. It's a fast, easy, and secure way to track anyone's experience, so nothing gets lost, stolen, or faked again. So get back to learning, climbing, flying, or whatever you do, and let Sigma handle the rest. Sign up today at sig.ma.
What's up, everyone? You got Dylan Avatar here with Sigma, and we got Trent Tresh with Pacific Spaceflight. We're here at the 3rd day of PIA, rocking the USPA Star Awards. It's been a pretty cool exhibit so far, and we've been really enjoying seeing all the different technology people have been bringing out. Trent, you want to tell us a little bit about this spacesuit?
Yeah, so like Dylan said, I work for an organization called Pacific Spaceflight, and our goal is to get pressure suits out to the masses. So whether you're a skydiver, a balloonist, a pilot of any kind, we want to give this technology to you at an affordable price so we can all together explore high altitudes.
Right on, man.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you want to tell us any about the details of the suit, anything special?
Yeah. So basically this pressure suit has 2 layers. You're looking at your outer restraint layer that's also a Nomex fabric. You have your inner layer as well, which is your bladder layer, keeping all the gases and atmosphere against your body so you can go to those high altitudes. On my wrist here you see one of our contraptions that gives us all of our different readings. So temperature of the suit, the pressure, the humidity, CO2. This is something that you'd be able to look at while you were jumping. It'd be a little slimmer for actual divers. But when you're jumping, you'd have your altimeter, you'd have a mirror, and then you'd have this guy here, so you could always take a look and see basically what your biometric or your metrics were for the suit. And we would also have one for biometrics, so your heart rate, your breathing rate, all of that.
Okay, right on. And how high can this thing go?
Yeah, so this suit, we want to get into people's hands so they can jump from their local drop zone. So you're looking at 15,000, 18,000 feet. That's just to get you used to the pressure. After that, we can see people taking this to 65,000 feet, and even as high as Baumgartner and Eustis and Pantanita and Kittinger, all the way up to over 100,000 feet, 200,000 feet. What you're going to be restricted by is your transportation.
Okay, sounds good to me. Well, I can't wait to come out and try the suit. Maybe you guys will get to check that out as well. Fingers crossed. Anyway, thanks again for being out here, Trent. It's been awesome learning all about the suit, and we can't wait to see where it goes.
Yeah, guys, appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers. See ya.
Another innovator here at the 2019 PIA Symposium with USPA Star Awards, and this is Casey with Color Alti. Casey, tell us about your product.
Gladly. So Color Alti is basically an altimeter that's based on LEDs that change color in your peripheral vision. So this was the original flexible light that we came out with, and we also now have these sticky lights that you can see are mounted directly on the visor of the helmet.
Let me walk through right here.
Yeah, for sure.
There we go.
So you can actually see the app that it interfaces with right here. So this one's set to go from 13,000 feet down to 6,000 feet, blending through the colors of the rainbow, as you see here.
Okay.
So that's one option. The other option is you can have it so what I call discrete mode, which would mean that once I hit a certain altitude, so once I hit 18, it's purple, and it'll stay purple all the way down until I get to 10 or whatever I want to set it at. And of course, you can select these colors according to your own preferences as well.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So it's another visual aid for your altitude awareness.
Absolutely. It's capable of providing constant indication of altitude, in contrast to something like an audible, which you're kind of just waiting for that jolt, you know, or a wrist-mounted altimeter where you're also taking a little bit more time to read those numbers. Colors are very, very quick for indicating altitude. So
very cool. So can the color change smoothly, or is it
so the continuous mode is that slow. It's updating the color according to altitude as quickly as it possibly can, which is about 12.5 times per second. And then the other mode, the discrete mode, is solid colors. So yeah.
Nice. So is this product available on the market?
It is, yeah. So you can go to freefalldatasystems.com. We've also got a bunch of dealers, Shooting Stars, one of them, Basic Air Concept over in France, if you're interested in getting one over in Europe. Yeah.
Very nice. Excellent. Well, congratulations, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for showing your talents out here. I look forward to actually explore your product a little more.
Thanks so much for having me.
Excellent. Thanks a lot. So here we are with another contender for the Star Awards organized by USPA here at the 2019 PIA Symposium, and I'm right next to me is Doug Barron. Doug,
Tim, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Very good. Very good.
Excellent. So tell me, what did you present?
I am here presenting the Rhythm app suite. We have a 401 app and a 101 app. The 101 app is geared towards the just graduated off your A license, and what do I do now? I showed up to the drop zone. How do I get on an airplane? How do I manifest? How do I find my friends? Everything you needed to know from stepping foot onto the drop zone to landing from your skydive. And then the 401 app is more geared specifically towards four-way competitors, people who want to learn four-way, all the way up to those who are diehard four-way competitors.
Which is very cool. So it seems this year we have a lot of apps and new technologies in comparison to 2017. What do you think? Which direction is the sport going with all these applications?
I think it's great. I mean, it's a better way to keep data. It's a better way to spread information. I mean, that's the big thing, right? We're all about spreading knowledge, spreading information to make the sport better and safer for everybody.
There we go. Well, Doug, great job, buddy. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, Sammy.
Excellent.
Good to see
Thank you. There you have it, guys. More and more apps are coming into our sport, and a lot more accessible information is right at your fingertips. So don't waste your time, guys. Download these apps, use them, educate yourselves, and also for the drop zone owners who want to make sure that the air-licensed jumpers know their way around, this is a perfect way to go. Stay tuned right here on Skydive TV as we have a whole bunch of other stuff coming up. I'm Sammy Vasiliev, and you're watching Skydive TV.
So this is Jacob Oren here at the USPA Star Awards, sponsored by Sigma, and we're excited to announce the winner today for the Jumper Experience Award. We are pleased to present this to Color Alti. Congratulations on winning this year's award.
It's really a great honor. Totally honored. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you coming out and be a part of this today, and congratulations on the award.
Thank you.
We're really happy for you. Thank you, guys. Catch up with us tomorrow for the final award, as well as the People's Choice and the Sigma Award. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Casey, congratulations. You're the winner of the award.
Absolutely.
All right. How does it make you feel to come out here at PA, represent, and be awarded a winner? And all?
What an incredible honor. So when I just think about when I very first started jumping for my very first tandem in 2012, my entire journey through becoming an instructor with AFF and then tandem, becoming a coach examiner, and then developing this stuff, it's just been an absolutely incredible journey that I can't even describe in words.
What inspired you to come up with the Color Alti?
Basically, I had actually never seen any of the light-based altimeters that were already out there before, so it enabled me to kind of approach the problem from a fresh perspective. So I basically was thinking about the gaps in our altitude awareness. You know, imagine you're tracking on your back, not wanting to look at your wrist. Maybe you got your buddies above you, but you're kind of waiting for that audible. It's not such an ideal situation. So I was trying to come up with basically a different type of altimeter that could provide constant indicator of altitude.
There we go. Well, congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
PIA 2019. Stay tuned, Skydive TV.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Skydive Ferocity, the skydiving jewel in Las Vegas.
Franz, how important is PIA for Burble itself as a software, and how many drop zones are already Burble drop zones?
We're up to about 135 now.
135?
Yeah.
Wow, you guys exploded.
Yeah.
So those 2 years have been literally...
Yeah, I mean, it's every year is more and more popular. Yeah, we're doing well.
And that's great news.
Yeah.
We are Burble Drop Zone, and we thank you very much. Without your software, we could not have run the World Cup in 2017.
Yeah.
And also without your support, our Drop Zone could not operate with me, a pilot, and a packer.
Right.
When I was doing the manifest and jumping at the same time. What excites you to do what you do?
I'm a DZO myself, and I know how hard the job is. I'm a skydiver, and I love the sport. And without DZOs doing this, there is no sport, right? So making it better for them really is a big motivator. And like you, they really are grateful for the solution because it's desperately needed in the sport, right? I love that. I love that I'm making their lives easier because I know exactly how it feels to do this job. It's hard.
Yeah. You are a DZO, and you maintain 135 drop zones on the other side, and you're responsible to make sure that they run properly. How much pressure is that on you personally?
More than enough. I have a team of 5 programmers that back me up in terms of actually developing Burble. So, I don't do all of it. It's a real company. The Drop Zone, I'm hiring a new manager this year. Hey, Veronica. I'm excited by that because I really can't do it all. And Burble needs more of my attention. So, things change.
Yeah, things change. They do. I remember about 6 or 7 years ago, for the first time, I saw the Burble logo at Skydive Chicago. Nobody knew about what it was. Skydive Chicago was a test grounds for you? First drop zone?
One of the early ones, yeah. I think 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
And how has that relationship changed over the last 6, 7 years?
It hasn't really changed. They use it, they love it. I think Rook would back me up on that. Although he probably wouldn't, not on camera anyway. Just to wind me up. But no, I mean, they're still using it, still loving it. It hasn't really changed since then. But Burble has got better and better, so,
I was in one of the seminars earlier and saw a commercial, because you were sponsoring the Drop Zone Owners Conference.
Yep.
And I saw a commercial with some of the things that Burble's coming up.
Yep.
I'm very excited to actually see it. I mean, I was like, my eyes were this big.
Yeah.
Let's tell everybody else what this is all about.
Okay, so we've got a few things. We've got Burble Stats, so a statistical analysis of your drop zone, showing charts of like who's the top jumper, where your money's coming from by zip code, bookings created, and year-on-year comparisons, things like that. Then we've got the point of sale system that we're releasing. It's an iPad app, so that's for your gear store, selling your cookies, your snacks, your helmets, goggles, etc. And then we've got a media upload tool as well, and we're going to have our own processing, credit card processing, which is going to allow full integration with Burble, and we're going to be able to have sport jumpers pay money directly from the app using that as well.
There we go. That's fantastic. I'm very excited. And I also heard that you're integrating Square into it, right?
No, not Square.
Not Square.
No.
So that was a rumor.
Yeah, that's a rumor. I don't know where that came from.
All right. I read a few things on the forums about the Square integration. I wasn't.
I don't know where that one came from.
Okay, so
that's never been on the table.
There we go. Well, we heard it from Franz himself, and he's coming up with some really cool new stuff for all of you drop zone owners and all of you experienced jumpers to make it a lot easier for yourselves to manifest on a load and never miss a load. So thank you for all of this, and thank you for your support.
You're very welcome, mate.
This portion of the program is brought to you by SunPath Products, the choice of world champions for over 30 years.
And here we are once again at 2019 PIA Symposium, presenting another a new harness container actually, and it's been developed by UPT, correct, Ian?
Yep.
And Ian Bobo will tell us all about it. Actually, I remember you flying this a couple years ago in a competition, and it was called the Mutant, right?
Yep.
All right, let's. He's gonna tell us all about the Mutant and well, what's next for it?
Yeah. Should I hold it for you?
Yes.
So yeah, the Mutant has been a project that's been in development for about 10 years now from our good friend Vince Raffet and Blickies at UPT. Put a lot of work into this over the last several years. It became kind of a proof of concept in the canopy piloting world. They got the PD Factory team involved about almost 4 to 5 years ago when it was at its beta stage, I guess. And then over the past 2 to 3 years, I've been jumping it in competition as a proof of concept to see if we could make it work. We got really good performance values out of it, and it's very encouraging as far as the future of what's possible with parachuting now. The parachutes have gotten so good at this point that I think the next level of progression that we're looking at is really coming from this harness system to the lower drag, more control. It lines up more with the paragliding world in terms of your level of sophistication with the wing, your level of connection with the wing. And so UPT is releasing this. It's now, orders are being taken. They released it back in November. And we're super proud of the relationship that we've had with them, and also with SunPath, our primary sponsor, who's allowed us to experiment with this product. And so it's been a really cool thing to be a part of, and we're excited about being involved. Flight 1 is actually going to be the primary channel for educational path for this new system.
So is this some sort of exclusivity that you guys have?
Well, yeah, we're the only ones currently that are flying it in competition, at least. And there's some other people that are out there experimenting with it on the market, I guess. And there's some other sponsored athletes that have been dabbling with it. But we've the inventors and UPT are being really responsible about the way this thing's being released, and so they want education to go hand in hand with the product. So part of the purchase price is the course. There's a lot of custom setup that's involved, the tuning of the position. It's a fully adjustable harness system, and then the educational process of what's different flying in this orientation. We've got a lot of experience in teaching people how to fly canopies, so...
You think?
Yeah. So we developed a program, Flight 1 did, to introduce, specifically for the Mutant, to introduce people to this product in a safe manner, and then so they can get the most out of it. And of course, it's a very different world, and so we're encouraging people to get involved in paragliding and speed flying if they haven't. A lot of very experienced jumpers have put this system on, and it's still foreign.
So this is my next question for you. Is this going to be available for a certain criteria of experience, or will this be available to anyone?
Right now there's a questionnaire process. UPT receives questionnaires, applications, if you will, kind of vetting the candidates, and then we have a system of Flight 1 instructors, ambassadors, if you will, around the world. Pete Allen in Europe, Pablo Hernandez in Dubai, and then myself in the US, and then we will be vetting those individuals as well with Vince Raffet to kind of qualify whether people are ready for it or not. And then hand in hand, we'll also be educating those candidates after they receive their rig. So
that's very cool. So I remember first time I saw this Mutant in flight. Yeah. I believe it was in Z Hills.
Yeah.
You and I had a long conversation about that, and it was absolutely incredible. And everyone was going, "Wow, what's going on here?" And I remember from that conversation that you mentioned there's blind spots Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah. Well, in the beginning, in a paragliding position, when you approach your turn altitude, we're used to being vertical and looking down and seeing the earth. In this position, you're laying back, so the earth is kind of like beneath you, so you have to kind of peek over the side to see it. In the beginning, that's a new picture. You're starting your turn, and you don't see the earth until you're kind of into your turn. So it's kind of a different orientation, but you can come forward now. We've learned things. You can come forward and move back at will whenever you want to. So now the techniques have changed, and we're able to kind of help people along with the process. Yeah.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Revel, the best tandem video solution.
I'm a big fan of Revel. It is absolutely a game changer. Pretty much sells itself. We have finally found a fix for the problem that we had.
Revel X is a completely automated video solution for tandem and AFF videos. And when we say completely automated, we mean it. Editing videos using artificial intelligence and automatically uploading videos and photos to the cloud. Then delivering them to your customers through the Revel mobile app and branded email. It even continues to sell video products to your customers after they leave the drop zone, using an automated email flow for up to 6 weeks after their jump.
All right, here we are with Pat. Ian Bob will just introduce us to a new product, but we're going to hear directly from the inventor, Pat, right here next to me. Pat, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you doing today?
Excellent. Sounds like you've invented quite the piece of equipment here. You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, we've we've been working on for 2 years a laser proximity sensor to help new jumpers determine when the flare point of the canopy is.
Yeah.
So what it does is it gives you an audible tone by an earbud, by a Bluetooth device, or an overt speaker in the box itself.
Excellent. So it's connected to the leg strap.
Correct.
It shoots lasers down vertically.
That is correct.
And it measures the distance and it gives you the beeps.
The audible tone. And you have a selection where you can put in whatever canopy type you're doing. If it's a military type canopy or smaller, the flare height is going to change, and you can change that on the computer screen on the GUI.
Excellent. So is this primarily for military night jumps? It kind of sounds like it really helps that.
For the new guys just learning that in the military, but yeah, the depth perception issues that present itself with night vision. But it will be for the civilian market as well, for new jumpers or jumpers that have taken some time off or that are downsizing, and as that flare point changes, it'll give them the new solution that they need.
This is very cool. Is this product available on the market yet?
It is for the military, not for the civilian market, but shortly thereafter it's going to be it'll be out for the general public.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
I'm looking forward to I think this product can keep a lot more people in the industry. They won't go out and get hurt on their first or second or third jumps, and I think people are going to be happy with it.
Well, very cool. I'm excited to see it in action myself. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
There we go, guys. Once again, here we are, new innovations, new technologies to help people be safer so they can continue skydiving and enjoy the sport as much as they possibly can without having to worry when they're going to flare their parachute on the landing. Stay tuned right here on Skydive TV as we have a lot more to bring you guys, and don't go anywhere.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Elite Rigging Academy, the best parachute rigger education available for civilian and military.
Here we go. We are here with Joe, with Vigil, and he's going to tell us what's new in 2019 here at PIA and what Vigil's coming up with for this year. Joe?
For this year, but we have a longer life for the battery first, as the battery stays for 12 years now.
Okay.
Which make it easy because you have more time to exchange for the battery at mid-life, between 8 and 12 years.
Has that officially been released?
That is released from October last year.
Last year, wow.
Yes.
And other than that, how's the show going so far for Vigil here?
The show is quite good. We had quite much military to visit us. Thus we had very foreigners also, Poland, France, and the American Army, of course.
And the American Army. You know, Pat Thomas received a Lifetime Achievement Award yesterday.
Yes.
So if there's anything that you would like to tell her, what would that be? And I'll ask you to take that microphone.
Pat,
right here,
I know Pat quite well,
yeah.
and I wish her a long life and a long stay still in the PIA. That's I like her very much, and she knows me quite well.
There we go. Very good. So, as far as Vigil's going into the industry, coming into 2019,
yes.
How much of a change do you see happened over the last 2 years between 2017 and 19?
Not so much change. Just we stabilize the products, and there's no real change in the way we do the things, because probably in the future will be some change with the new technology of electronics that we could do more in a unit than we do today. Excellent. That's for sure.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Joe. It's been an incredible day here at the 2019 PIA Symposium, day 3. We got to show you some of the most incredible new technologies that are coming out in the market. Some of them are already available. Some of them are going to come out shortly. From student safety, from color alti, to having a laser technology to guide the students for their landing patterns. Of course, we will continue this tomorrow, so stay tuned right here on Skydive TV. My name is Sammy Vasiliev. We'll see you tomorrow.
Get your gear from Paragear, the one-stop skydiving gear store.
This portion of the program is brought to you by SunPath Products, the choice of world champions for over 30 years.
begin by the first person, Mark Gall. Mark came to Rig Innovations and the U.S. Academy of Parachute Rigging about 11 years ago to learn more about our products. He was a master rigger, had his own loft, and he'd been going to other manufacturers, and he was doing what he needed to do to learn all the best things. So he came to us, did a 3-week course, it was a master rigger course. We didn't teach him a whole lot on there, but I think there was a few things that he picked up, and I learned a lot of things from Mark. At the end of it, we took him out to dinner, Brenda and myself, and went out there, we're sitting there talking, and she leans over and she says to me, "Did you bot the question?" And he heard it, he has very good hearing. And I said, "Hey Mark, how'd you like a job?" And he's been coming back to us ever since, and he's my chief instructor for the United States Parachute Kit. So, what I'd like to do is read off his award here, because one thing I learned from him is when he does his classes, he always has a crib sheet there so he doesn't miss anything. I tend to want to wing it, I always kind of screw it up, so let me read this. This is the USPA Gold Medal awarded for exceptional personal achievement within the sport of parachuting. It's the meritorious Gold Medal by the United States Parachute Association. This is for 2017 to Mark C. Bauer, and it reads, "For his contributions and innovations in parachute rigging and equipment, and for many years of teaching and mentoring riggers and skydiving instructors to improve the skill levels of all involved." And I can't think of a better person this goes for. So, Mark?
Well, BJ set a pretty low bar, so I'll be right over. Three things I learned in skydiving that apply to life in general. About 1,000 years ago, when I was a pretty poor student, I got a fishing talk from Paul W. just so the hell out of it, Reynolds. I looked around and I thought, if I could just have as many jumps as Kathy Amon and Marsha Bickford, that would be enough, and I would be set. I'd be a skydiver. At the time, Kathy had 60 jumps, and Marsha had 80. So lesson number one is, you never know when you're going to be a role model. The second thing I learned much later in my career was a kind of an epiphany. I was watching some AFF instruction going on at the mock-up just before these folks got on the Twin Otter. There were two very experienced jumpers and one who didn't have very many jumps at all. And all of a sudden I realized that even though by convention the person with the most experience is the instructor and the person with the least experience is the student, at that moment, right before they were boarding the airplane and doing the final rehearsal, the roles were reversed. And it was important for the folks with the most experience to be paying attention to what their instructor was telling them. So the lesson from that one is, we always want to be open to learning things from unexpected places. The third thing I learned was, it's kind of a nice family. And that's it. Thank you very much.
There isn't a single amount of word I can say, or an infinite amount of words I can say that truly show the appreciation that I have for this human being. I met Patricia Thomas about 20 years ago in Sunpad, and like most of us in here, it was around June or rum and Diet Coke 30. And right away, she was just heartfelt, open, and just invited you into the family that is Sunpad in her arms. Throughout my time, I was on the Golden Knights. She has provided more support, caring, compassion for the military than any other parachute manufacturer on the market. She has done more for me personally as a skydiver, and I wouldn't be where I am today without Pat Thomas. You know, I truly love you and I appreciate you, and it's because of you all here right now in here that she made this happen. So So for the PIA, for the Parachuting Industry Association, for USPA, for the Skydiving Museum, she goes above and beyond, out of her way, on a daily basis, and she never stops. She's an Energizer Bunny, she's a machine, and from the bottom of our heart, Pat, I love you, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everybody. So I'm the more formal presenter tonight. I am privileged and to be part of celebrating the achievements of this outstanding USPA member. The USPA Lifetime Achievement Award is the highest, most honored recognition that one can receive from her peers in the skydiving community. Originally conceived in 1970, it's been awarded 30 times to date to some of our most dedicated members. We want to thank you, Pat, for your leadership, generosity, and passion. Your hard work and dedication to our sport is truly inspiring.
The inscription on the award reads, "For nearly 3 decades of advancing the sport of skydiving by sponsoring competitors and teams and being a leader in the harness container industry and masterfully organizing the International Parachute Association Symposium." Thank you, Tom.
Many years ago.
Mike Fury did.
Mike Fury did.
Mike Fury did. And I'm
So
grateful
correct
Mike
me.
Fury, he's just passed away.
Well, you're gonna tell me all about it, Pat.
I'm not.
All these years, Lifetime Achievement Award, and here 2019 PA. How does that make you feel?
I'm very proud, thank you.
Derek, all these years, guys, together, you've went through a lot of stuff, a lot of hard times.
Yeah.
What is it that drives Pat so hard to do what she does for sports skydiving?
Oh, that's a complicated question right there. She's just a hard-working woman. She's the hardest working woman I've ever met in my life. I don't think I even knew it for a long, long time. We came here together with the boys. I dragged these little kids out from England.
That's right.
Where the hell are you going? We're going to America, boy. And we had a dream and a vision, and Pat and I started it all off, and by God, she's finished it.
She's finished
for sure.
it.
She has
Not
definitely,
yet. She's
well,
still
not
going.
finished it, but she's continued it on long after I was gone, and we still work together a bit. Pieces here. We're always talking and trying to see what we can do to make things work right. But outside of some parts, which is really my involvement with her, but the PIA, the stuff that she does, I tell her all the time. I said, I don't know how you do it.
I don't either. It's PIA.
Yeah.
It's the museum. It's Sunpath. It's the bar.
Yeah.
It's everything else.
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, anybody who wants to do something with Scott and Colson, Pat Thomas.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I can't do it either.
She's a diamond, mate.
Yeah.
She's just
a non-stop machine.
She's nuts. But she does. I mean, I always tell her, Sunpath pays you, but I don't know why, because you don't do. You work 80 hours a week for nothing for PIA and everything else, and it's. But that's her. That's what she is.
That's what she does.
She's a mum.
That's right.
She's a mum, and mums do what they have to do.
Did you ever, when you came to America, did you ever imagine this, Pat? What was in your mind when you first came here?
You're not getting me to talk.
This is great.
It's her. It's just her caring. She cares about everybody. You can't stop her caring about anybody. She cares about everything, and that's how she manages to keep going with all the hours and all the craziness that she does. Because I definitely couldn't do it.
No.
And yeah, that's it. I think that's the best word.
I think it is very well deserved.
Yeah.
I think it's very well
Totally deserved. Absolutely deserved.
So Jason, you're part of the family. This is a family-owned operation.
It's his birthday today.
I know it is. You beat me to it.
No, it's not.
It's her birthday.
Yeah.
It's not my birthday. It's your
Well, she's
birthday.
always told me I brought you in this birthday.
I'll take you out.
Take you out.
So you beat me to it. Happy birthday. How does it feel to have your mum honored?
Oh, very impressed, mate. You know that. I couldn't be more proud of my mum. My mum is my world. She's a diamond. I don't know the words to say how proud, and I don't even know how she does it. And to get on this level and to be so successful, and it would just carry on and go and go and go.
Is this a moment that you imagine at some part of your life?
No.
As a son?
No.
How hard it is to be part of such an active family that learn so many things, and you guys are leaders in what you do with St. Pat, and to have a mom who is non-stop.
I want her to calm down a little bit, enjoy herself, spend some time with her family. It's been many, many long years. She's just too busy caring for everybody else, looking after everyone.
What would you want to tell her on this special
It's not
moment?
going to matter. She's going to do what she wants to do.
Yeah?
I would love her to settle down and
She'll never
enjoy
settle
herself.
down.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah?
Yeah. Thanks again.
Derek, what do you want to tell Pat?
You know, I fell in love with this woman when I was 12 years old.
Yes, you told me that.
Yep. And I still love her, and I will to the day I die. And I remember telling her, we're going to go to America. And she says, I can't go to America. I said, as my wife you can.
And you did.
And that's how it all started.
No, I didn't for 18 months.
No, that's what it was.
Well, Pat, I want to say congratulations to you. Thank you. It's an honor. And keep going.
Yeah.
You
Keep
deserve
going.
it. We love you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
No, don't slow down, because if you slow down, that'll be the end of it. It's no good. Don't
never.
stop.
Pat, we appreciate everything you've done here at USPA and for the organization and for the sport of skydiving, and I expect a lot more from you. We appreciate everything.
This message is for my dearest ex-wife, Patricia Thomas. She'll kill me for saying that. She really is just Pat. And just want to congratulate you, darling, for all those hard-working years and the recognition that finally you got for all this work you do for PIA and absolutely everybody else. As you know, you're everybody's mother. Congratulations.
I'm super happy for her. She's just working so hard, and she's always giving you a hard time. But deep down, there's a lot of love in that girl. And she was also a really, really good friend. Her and Joro, really good friend, and she's got a lot of respect for her. And we are on the other side of the world, so sometimes we need a bit of looking after, and she's always been there for us. So I love your work.
Congratulations, Pat, and hopefully I run into you here and get to high five you.
Pat, congratulations on your award. The industry and skydiving would not be the same without you. Thank you for everything that you've done.
Pat, well deserved, long overdue, top one.
Good afternoon from day 4 of the PIA 2019 here in Dallas, Texas. Today things are winding down a little bit and some of the energy is not as high as it was yesterday, but I have to tell you, the parties here have been incredible. People have been staying up, catching up with each other, having a good time and talking about all the new and the cool stuff that's being shown right here at 2019 PIA Symposium. So we're going to take you around once again, guys, to show you some of the stuff that we were not able to show you yesterday. So stay tuned right here on Skydive TV
for some more very cool stuff from PIA 2019.
This portion of the program is brought to you by NZ Aerosports, manufacturing the wings you want to fly since 1986. From AFF student to world champion, Icarus canopies are for you.
Here we are with Tom Noonan with UPT. He's a director of a tandem program at the UPT, one of the leading manufacturers of tandem equipment, and a tandem instructor, a long time friend. Yeah. You had an incredible seminar this year at 2019 PIA.
Thank you.
Speaking about the continued education of tandem instructors.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about it, and how do you believe it has helped our industry over the last 5 years?
Well, I think the idea of continuing education is a critical part of our industry and tandem skydiving in general. Just like in any aviation capacity, pilots are required to do biannual reviews, and the reason why we want to come back and look at information again is that the longer we go from an educational experience, taking a course of learning, the longer we go between the course and looking at that information again, the more likely we are to forget it. As long as we're human, until we find a way to take the human factor out of skydiving, which hopefully we never do, but as long as we're human, it means we're subject to all the human frailties of the mind, body, and soul. And by coming back to these continuing education programs, it allows us to refresh, refocus, and ultimately, the primary reason I prefer, or primary reason why I put these programs on, is to give all of our operators, the instructors, the examiners, even the program directors, anywhere in that communication chain, it gives everyone a moment of pause, a moment to stop and assess what they're doing, think about their performance standards, their performance goals, and most of the time when that happens, the people that are there, they've realized that everything is good, but there's going to be a certain population of instructors or examiners that might find that there's areas of deficiencies, and they can correct them before they move forward. And so that's ultimately my goal, is to find and identify any deficiencies, small or large, while we're here on the ground, because this is the best place to do it, because we have all the time in the world to fix things here on the ground. Up there, when problems happen, we have very little time to deal with them, but down here we have all the time in the world. So I like to take these opportunities every 2 years, work with our examiners, work with our instructors, just give them an opportunity to take that moment of pause, assess their professional performance capacities. The areas that they're succeeding in, fantastic. I love it, keep moving forward. But any areas where they might notice or recognize some deficiencies, it gives us an opportunity to restructure what we're doing, relearn the things we need to know, and go back up there and continue to lower our incident rate. We're enjoying one of the lowest incident rates in tandem skydiving today right now that we've seen in a long time, and that's as a direct result of you guys, the instructors out there, and our examiner population out there, doing the continuing education, getting current on the emergency procedures, getting current on their exit techniques and drogue setting techniques. And as long as we keep doing that, the incident rate can continue to go down and down and down, and that's the goal. Reducing incidents. Everything we do is to keep things as safe as possible up there.
And this is not just for us, the instructors, but for the passengers, because
everyone, yeah.
they don't sign up for an incident, so we are basically protecting them as well.
Exactly. We're trying to give them the safest possible exposure. While we try not to use the word safe in any capacity with skydiving, because truly skydiving is not a safe environment. However, there are numerous risk mitigation processes and procedures we have in place that can reduce that risk, and that's ultimately our goal, risk mitigation. We try to identify potential problem areas that have high likelihoods of problems, and reduce them, and find ways to train against them, prepare for them, and ultimately prevent them. I'll say it, as long as I'm in this industry, as long as I'm doing what I do, preventing incidents are so much easier to deal with than actually having to handle an incident that's already happened.
Yes. So this year we are sat through some of your seminars, and we discussed some of the BSRs out there. Actually, so we have a BSR which is no more than 90 degrees now. Tell me a little bit about more of these BSRs.
Sure. So a few years ago we implemented a BSR for no turns over 90 degrees on landing, and the reason for that was essentially limiting the injury potential for tandem passengers. Big turns gone wrong make big injuries. Small turns gone wrong can still possibly injure someone, but the level of injury is so much lower. And as a result of that, since that BSR has been in place, we've seen almost zero evidence of traumatic injuries due to landing accidents. The most recent BSR we just put into place, and it has to do with tandem AED activation reporting. It's basically all instructor-related AED activations. USPA is now mandating that they are reported with 100% compliance. It's a no-fault policy. We're not looking to get people in trouble. We're simply looking to get accurate data on AED activations. They're still happening, and truth be told, for all of our tandem instructors out there, a tandem, regardless of the reason, if an AED activation is experienced, that is the equivalent of a gear-up landing on a King Air or a 747 forgetting to put their gear down. An AED activation, failing to put a parachute over our own head by 2,000 feet, is a dramatic failure in the standard operating process. And identifying what that failure is so that we can fix it and correct it is critical if we're going to continue on in an industry providing the least amount of risk possible.
Excellent.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Elite Rigging Academy, the best parachute rigger education available for civilian and military.
So we are back with Derek Thomas here in Elite Rigging Academy. In our last interview, we talked a lot about your past, some of the stuff that you've accomplished since you're coming here. But I have another question for you, and the question is, what are some of the modern tendencies in rigging today?
What are some of the modern tendencies?
The tendencies in rigging today.
Modern tendencies in rigging. It's a broad spectrum question. I think.
It is. So it gives you an opportunity to take it wildly.
I think that what we're discovering or seeing as riggers, and I don't do a great deal of rigging these days because I'm always teaching. Mm-hmm. But I think what you see in a lot of common lofts right now is line changes. Okay. You know, the canopies we're jumping today, the lines that are available, the HMA, this, that, and the other, the tiny little candy floss lines. So a lot of riggers are doing a lot of main canopy suspension line changes, more than damaged canopies, pilot chute, pouch replacements. I think the biggest thing that's going on for a rigger in the sport right now is line changes.
Line changes.
Yeah, definitely line changes.
Very cool. How would you compare the education from 20 years ago to today, and with all the experience that's been gained and passed on to the new students?
I think that there's definitely a resurgence of training. For many years, people would get a rigger's ticket by going on an apprentice with an old craggy guy who would give them the time or rattle them around in the back of the hangar. But now, the sport's not so much of a sport as it's become more of a business. So people don't want to give their time like that anymore. They want to sell that time, and then
it's becoming more of a business, you would say?
Yeah, definitely more of a business. I mean, that's why you're seeing the schools. That's what I mean. And I'm a business of teaching people to become riggers.
That's right.
And that's the way our sport has developed. It's very hard to just go to the drop zone as a kid after you get off of AFF anymore and just go, somebody will just come up and jump with you like it used to be when we were younger. Yeah. And now everybody wants to get paid to be a coach or do this or do that. And it's not too much dissimilar, I think. And I think that's why we are seeing so many schools coming up and people older or but more experienced people like myself who are taking an opportunity to open up a school. And for me personally, it was really about giving back to the sport that's been so good to me. I mean, skydiving's been great to me. I've had a great life. I can't complain about nothing. I didn't want to get back in the rig business because I couldn't see fighting my own baby.
That's right.
So I had a big 15,000 square foot building that was going dormant, and I needed to do something with it. And I decided that, you know what, I'm going to open up a school. Yeah. I'm going to pass on all this stuff that's in me that I've gathered over 50 years.
Why not?
No, why not? And make a little money. I'll say make is probably the wrong word, But yeah, so I mean, I really enjoyed teaching. I really enjoyed passing this stuff on, and I'm trying to. I feel like when I send that new, inexperienced rigger out in the field, he is at least a rigger with his ticket, not just another human being with a ticket. That's my kind of my catchphrase, really.
That's right. You had a seminar which I loved actually. Michael and I both went to your seminar. It's apprenticeship or school. Yes. To all these young riggers out there that are looking to, actually young skydivers that are looking to become riggers, what is your recommendation?
If you can get a good rigger that's prepared to give time to teach you, it's probably the best way, because you're going to learn over maybe 6, 8, 9 months, and you've got lots of time to learn the things you need to do. You are going to be working on real life people's equipment, so that can be scary to people at times. Whereas if you go to a school like mine, you're going to have guaranteed variation of equipment to work on that you might not get in a local rigger's loft. Obviously, I have my loft set up, or my business, if you like, set up specifically with machines that we need for teaching people to do canopy repairs, harness repairs, container repairs. So it's also maybe a little bit more structured, and I've developed a structured program, whereas if you go with an apprenticeship, you're not really sure if anything's totally structured, or it's just about, well, let's see what comes in and we'll work on it together and see how it works.
That's right.
So, again, just like the skydiving side of our sport, business, whatever you want to call it, the rigging is kind of going in the same way. You're probably going to get a rigger's ticket by going to a school rather than getting an apprenticeship.
That's right. Well, thank you, Derek Thomas. You heard it from the master. So get your ticket in a school. Don't waste your time. I've been going at it for 20 years, and I'll tell you what. Now I'm going to go to Derek to finally get it complete.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
So many years, guys. Stay tuned right here on Skydive TV. We are almost done, almost finished. Last day of PIA 2019.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paragear, the world's largest selection of skydiving equipment.
Get your gear from Paragear, the one-stop skydiving gear store.
Deep traditions here at PIA is, of course, Paragear, which pretty much basically started what PIA is today with your father. Mm-hmm. You want to tell us a little bit about that and how far we've gone from those days to 2019, and where is Paragear today?
Well, the PIA, I think, has been around, or the symposium, I think, from around 93. Don't hold me to that. I should know the answer. Started in Orlando, and it's expanded. It's gotten bigger every year. It's traveled around the country to different states. And as you walk around this year, I mean, I would probably hazard to say you have the most diverse grouping of manufacturers, of dealers, drop zones, equipment, and it's a great showcase for new products.
How important is it for Paragear to be here at this event?
I mean, it's an opportunity to meet all your customers in one spot. There's a huge international contingent of people. The industry itself is small, so we only do this once every 2 years. So I think it's very important to be here, talk to people, shake hands, some people you haven't seen, and in some cases actually even from 2 years ago, in person at least.
What's new? What did you like?
I mean, there's been some developments with some new parachutes that we've got over there, interesting new altimeter, there's some sort of customizations with some AEDs, there's quite a bit of military product that you'll find. I think, in some cases it's a evolution. I think people are always trying to look at what the revolution is. Just the fact that there's a continual investment in the sport and the products, I think, is what you really want.
How many of these products are we going to see on Paragear and when?
You can go to paragear.com and we have most of them in one fashion or another. If it's a new company's harness container, parachute, things like that, you can either find it on the website, or we just published our most recent catalog that just came out a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, let's see. Where is it?
I think it's right behind you.
It's right here. Yeah.
So if you haven't received it
Take
in the
a look
mail
at that.
by now, give it a few more days. We shipped it right before we came here. And as always, we're there to answer the phone 5 days a week. Any questions you have, phone, email.
You mean not 7?
Well, you can call Sammy on Saturday and Sunday. He'll answer all of your questions. But Monday through Friday, you can call us.
All right.
What's your cell phone number again?
Sure. Let me. 555-555. Yeah. All right, Kurt. So Paragear has been around for many, many years. What's new with Paragear itself?
Well, the business itself is now in its 59th year of being in business. Yeah, so quite a while. We'll be rolling out a new website soon. We try and stay active on social media, different events or things that's going on in the industry. And that changes all the time. What platforms people like to use, how they engage, different stuff like that.
When should we expect the new website?
Hopefully sooner than later. That way it's one more project off my plate and I don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, you've been working on it for a little bit.
It's been a while, yeah. But it's it'll be great when it's up, and hopefully the customers will enjoy it, and we'll be on to a next big project.
That's right. Well, there you have it, guys. If you ever need any gear, get your gear from Paragear, paragear.com. Thank you very much for all these years supporting Skydive TV, and we're proud to be here, represent not just Paragear but the entire industry, because what this year brought to the sport of skydiving is absolutely incredible. New technologies, new stuff from many manufacturers, and of course a new website from Paragear is coming hopefully this year.
And Skydive TV does an amazing job of covering the events and other events around the world, so if you haven't tuned into Skydive TV, make sure you turn into Skydive TV.
We can't do it without your support, guys, so thank you very much, Kurt. Appreciate it, and look forward to the new website.
Yep.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Sigma, the platform for all of life's achievements.
Sigma is a digital place for sharing and storing all of life's achievements. With Sigma, your organization can send and verify things like licenses, awards, certifications, and membership cards through our website or mobile app. It's a fast, easy, and secure way to track anyone's experience, so nothing gets lost, stolen, or faked again. So get back to learning, climbing, flying, or whatever you do, and let Sigma handle the rest. Sign up today at sig.ma.
What else is going on with Sigma?
Yeah, we have all sorts of different things coming out. So over the past 2 years, since we saw you at the last PIA, we've been really working on making sure that the Sigma platform has the whole platform aspect down. And we're working on making sure that they've got different tools. So whether you're a drop zone owner or an organization outside of the skydive industry, making sure that they have the different tools they need. We have another thing that was built on our system called Credential Creator, which generates certificates on the spot. So when a merit's sent out, that comes out. Sorry,
wow.
This is just awesome.
We want to check these guys out.
Yeah, you guys got to check that out.
There's some cool stuff going on.
So we've got Credential Creator. We've got a new check-in tool coming out for those that aren't using the Burble integration. So that way all the drop zones are being taken care of. We've got all sorts of cool things, so it's worth checking out. we're going to be constantly pumping out new tools, new integrations, and making sure that everybody that's using the Sigma platform is going to have an incredible experience.
There we go. Well, thank you very much for your work, and thank you all for also sponsoring Skydive TV.
Of course.
Sigma is one of the Skydive TV sponsors for this event, so we really appreciate everything you guys do for us and for the community and for the drop zones. I can't wait to see what else is coming out of here, guys.
Cool. Thanks, Sammy. Thanks for checking in. We really appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it. Have a great event.
Yeah,
We'll
see you around, man.
Absolutely. Thanks.
This portion of the program is brought to you by SunPath Products, the choice of world champions for over 30 years.
Here we are with a Hall of Fame inductee, Helmut Kloth, and also the founder of Cypress. Helmut, PIA 2019. How is the event going for you so far?
The event is going very well.
Quite well.
What is normal for us?
Well, it's normal, but this is a big event this year, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, but we are attending this event since the first one in 1991.
1991.
Yeah.
It's a lot of years.
Yeah, it's a lot of years meanwhile. That was when we started to sell Cypress. The distance between us selling Cypress and the first PIA have only been 10 days.
10 days?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yep.
So it's a sort of a celebration, isn't it?
So to say, yeah. We had our 10 years anniversary then, logically, also when the PIA happened. And on the 10 years anniversary, we did not have a booth like here, but we had a booth which contained completely and solely from a bar.
Wow.
And there were only 3 cocktails that you could get on the bar, for free of course. And that was one called The Expert, and the color of course was red.
Okay.
One was one was yellow, and it was called Student.
Okay.
And one was blue, and it was called Tandem. And this went extremely well because typically during the open hours of this event, the rows here were fairly empty, and everybody was in this bar. And the bartender, which was a tender from the hotel, we couldn't avoid that, he mixed them and he permanently put more alcohol into the blue one. So guess what? Everybody was standing with the blue one.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. And the second effect that this had was that we did win the Best Booth Prize Award.
Yeah, because of all the beverages.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Well, you guys are known to party hard here at PA every year, and
Yeah, we do.
it's pretty good. But let's tell me what's new from Cypress in 2019.
I can make a statement. The situation is excellent. I think we have all devices for skydiving. We have the Expert Cypress, the Student Cypress, the Tandem Cypress, the Speed Cypress.
That's already out?
Oh, that's out since 2012.
Oh.
No, that's wrong. It's earlier even.
Brilliant.
Yeah. And we have the changeable mode cypress. Also, 2-3 years ago, we have extended the lifetime from 12.5 to 15.5 years. And also, with a number of technical changes, we were able to make the maintenance from mandatory to voluntary.
To recommend it?
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
It's even voluntary.
We don't have to send in the cypress anymore?
Yeah. Truly, does it make sense? But if somebody doesn't want to do it, he's free to not send it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, Helmut, this year a lot of technology was revealed at this event. Have you had a chance to look around and see what's happening?
Yeah, I was just on the way when you grabbed me for this interview.
Well, I had no choice, because every time we come around here, you're gone. I was like, well, we better find you right now and
you must be right.
Yeah. But what do you think? What do you think about the technology that's coming in? The new apps, the new camera equipment.
Yeah.
You know, what do you think about all this?
Yeah. There's a lot that makes life easier.
Yeah.
So that's a good way to go.
Good way to go.
Yeah.
Have you thought about making an app for the cypress?
There's a discussion since a long time about it.
Has it?
Yeah, and I think we are going to succeed with that.
Well, so the jumper can actually see what's going on with the cypress while on the ride up.
No. The contents of it would be different. It's not to check the unit doing ascent or even free fall. No, that's not so.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see what's coming up from Cyprus, guys. And enjoy the rest of your event. Helmut, thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Sami.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Take care.
Take care. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Skydive Ferocity, the skydiving jewel in Las Vegas.
Once again, guys, technology is at the very top of the theme at the 2019 PIA Symposium here in Dallas, and I am with Russ, one of the inventors of the Parasim flight simulator, right?
You got it. Yeah.
There we go. So, Russ, tell us a little bit about this incredible piece of equipment, which I'm about to try shortly, guys, and let you know how it all went. But tell us all about it.
Sure. Yeah, it's developed primarily for training, to identify different malfunctions. We have 14 different malfunctions that a jumper may incur, and it allows you to do in a virtual world that you may not want to practice in the real world, especially for the novice jumpers, identification and immediate actions afterwards.
Very, very cool. So basically this is a virtual reality simulator, is that what it is?
Yeah, virtual reality. So everything that you see up on the screen is what the jumper's seeing, so a coach can easily instruct and help correct. It's a great teaching aid.
Can you load different drop zones, different locations, different canopies?
Yeah, that's one of the things we're trying to roll out here at this PIA is customized drop zones for the DCOs around the U.S. We're trying to get into that market so you can build your own drop zone in the real world scene.
Very good. So is this simulator Parasim, which is what it's called, right?
Yeah.
Is it available to the civilians, to the drop zones, or is it military?
Yeah, right now it's primarily for the military, but that's mainly due to budget. So we're trying to downscale some of the things that the commercial drop zones don't need to make it a price point that's manageable. We're also looking at a leasing system as well.
Very cool. Well, I can't wait to try this thing. So Russ, I'm all yours from here on. Put me on this thing. Let me see what it does.
Looking forward to it.
Cool, very cool. Stay tuned right here, guys. We want to check this thing out. If you haven't tried the Parasim, you need to try it out. It's absolutely incredible. This is about as realistic as it gets, guys. It is so really cool. All the handles are functional, and yes, you can deploy. And I had a malfunction. I had a line over on my first one. I'll tell you what, it took me by surprise, but nothing we can't handle. That's what we're trained for. But you have to check it out. And I really hope that Russ and the team at Parasim are able to make this incredible tool for training available to all the drop zone owners out there, because if it is, we are going to be the first drop zone to have it on our site, and I promise you that right here, guys. Absolutely incredible. Check it out right here at PIA 2019. All right, guys, day 4 of 2019 PIA Symposium right here in Dallas, and we're catching up with our friends from Australia manufacturer, Rob and Shelley. Guys, welcome to Dallas, Cowboy Country.
Cowboys, yeah, bull ride.
That's right. A bit of a different than Australia.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Because at home it's summer
Yeah,
and 30
right.
degrees.
Oh, so you have to pack winter clothes.
Yes.
Get them out of the closet.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Brought the jackets.
That's right. So day 4 of PIA. How was it so far for you guys?
Sammy, we haven't left the booth.
Wow.
I don't even know if Cookie and it's been great. We're itching to get out and see some of the other guys out there. To be honest with you, and we've had a lot of fun meeting a lot of the customers, especially our guys from Spaceland and Dallas and Houston area. It's been really cool.
Yeah, and then we come and bother you every time we come around here. You guys in a meeting, so we're still keeping you around here.
Not at all. PD's got these cool little squishy balls, and that's so you can throw them to get our attention.
Oh, that's crazy. All right, well, the fashion designers of skydiving guys, what's new with manufacturing?
Well, we've got we had Interstellar. It was our first MX series, and it was a limited edition, and it sold out in under 60 days. So it took us 12 months, but we brought out a new one, and it releases March the 1st.
Very cool.
So we're pretty excited. MX Paradiso. Yeah. We've also got custom pull-up cords out there, which you've had for a while, but now we're dedicating to that. And our MX series short behind you, Sammy, is really, it's proven it's done more than we ever could have expected.
Wow.
It's definitely the strongest short we've found on the market.
Excellent. So what's in 2019, 2020? Anything you want to tell us? Any secrets?
There is.
Oh, secrets.
No, really, I mean.
There is something.
There is. And we don't go longer than a few months without releasing new things. And I promise you 2019 will be no different. But it is for the skydivers. So I'm going to say it's for the individuals. And it's going to be good. I am keeping it under wraps because we've spent years in development. But yes, and also,
it's going to be a good year.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be a good year.
So what is it going to take for me to bribe you something to figure it out?
I'll tell you what, you check the website. I promise you keep the website there. It's going to be visible soon.
Very cool. Yeah. Well, guys coming all the way from Australia, it's quite a dedication, to be here. And this is your second PA. 17 was the first one in Chattanooga.
Yep. Yes.
And this is the second one. What makes you keep coming back?
Look, PIA, it's a huge thing. It's something for the industry, which is very important for all for your level job zone owners and safety. But to get all of the manufacturers in the same room for skydivers is something that all skydivers need to come and experience. I mean, see the release of the G4 and the Kraken around the corner. I mean, you could see the stuff online and Paradiso right here, but you also get to meet people, the drop zone owners and the vendors, and that's huge. You want to know who you're ordering from. Maybe you got questions that you can't ask at 12 o'clock on Australian time. So it's really important, I think, especially in the States. It's really where it all started.
There's nothing else like it.
There's nothing else like
it. Nothing else like it.
And all the wild parties at night?
Well, they're there to be experienced.
So far.
We always leave it for the last night.
That's right. Right. Well, guys, thank you for everything you do for skydiving, because I see just about everybody wearing one of your fashionable designs.
It's what we wanted.
Yeah.
We just want to up the quality and make sure everyone's happy.
Everyone to look awesome.
Look good.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
We need
Thanks,
it.
Sammy.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Good luck in 2019.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you
And to you and the
soon.
Skydive TV. We'll see you in Las Vegas one day.
That's right. Well, when are you coming?
Well, you know, what are we doing after this?
Come jump. Come on. That's right. Extend that vacation a little bit.
What vacation?
Vacation. Well, there you have it, guys. This is the reason that you have to be here, to meet everyone. And just like Rob said, you know, come on out. Get to meet and greet. Meet the people who meet your clothes, who meet your, who make your gear, and have a great time and a beer with us. See you later.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Revel, the best tandem video solution.
I'm a big fan of Revel.
It is absolutely a game changer.
Pretty much sells itself.
We have finally found a fix for the problem that we had.
Revel X is a completely automated video solution for tandem and AFF videos. And when we say completely automated, we mean it. Editing videos using artificial intelligence and automatically uploading videos and photos to the cloud. Then delivering them to your customers through the Revel mobile app and branded email. It even continues to sell video products to your customers after they leave the drop zone, using an automated email flow for up to 6 weeks after their jump.
Last day right here at PI with Revel again. Revel guys and Eric are gonna tell us a little bit how it all went and what happened for you here at PIA 2019, and how was the event altogether, guys?
Yeah, it's been really incredible. Our booth has been absolutely slammed the entire time. I have not had a chance myself to do a single loop around the symposium because we've just been here talking to potential customers. So I'm hoping to take a little time today to see what else is out there.
It's a lot of good stuff up there. You definitely need to go check it out.
I definitely will. Yeah.
So how many new customers did you guys sign up?
I think we'll easily hit 10 new customers. This is the last day, so everybody who is thinking about it is now coming in, and we're hoping to sign papers. So yeah, hoping to hit 10. And there's a lot more, especially the bigger ones, the chains that have multiple drop zones. Those are a little bit longer discussions that we're going to have that have been started here, but we'll finish them off next week and the following weeks.
Actually, so would you say that coming here, you achieved the goal and you achieved what you needed to do to promote your company to the industry of skydiving?
Absolutely. We didn't know what to expect, but we knew we had to be here, so we signed up, got some booths ready, and yeah, it definitely exceeded my expectations. If you're creating a product for skydiving, this is the place where you have to be, for sure.
Right. Eric,
yeah.
you are a jumper with about 100 jumps.
Yeah.
Did you know that anything like this exists in our industry?
I didn't. Yeah, I was about 100 jumps in and had no idea we had anything like this. And it's so nice to come here. It's a tight-knit group. Everybody knows each other, and it's so cool to see that the industry that powers the sport is so close together because the members are as well. So I'm very stoked to be part of the community.
Very cool. What are you personally walking away from PA with?
Ooh, give me a second. I don't know. What do you think?
You tell me. But you haven't seen it, so.
Yeah, I know. I haven't seen much yet.
Well, in general, is it a camaraderie amongst the people? Did you make new friends in skydiving? What is it? The one thing that sticks with you as a person coming to such an event?
You know what? I would say the following: the same way that you have camaraderie in the sport, where you show up at a new drop zone and you're pretty quickly embraced, and then you're jumping with people. Same thing. We showed up here, we're complete newcomers, don't know really anybody, and very quickly we've been embraced. Even there are competitive companies here, and it's just been nothing but friendly and acceptance. So yeah,
pretty surprised by that and happy about it as well.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to Revel.
All right.
We look forward to embrace technology and utilize as much as we can.
Yeah, and maybe we'll work on a special project in the Caribbean soon.
Very cool. Looking
right.
forward to it.
Thanks.
All right. There we go, guys. Once again, if you're not here, you're missing out being at PIA, because all the new technologies, all the new stuff, all the cool people that you meet, this is the place to be. So don't miss out on PIA 2021, which will be held in Cincinnati, Ohio. Stay tuned right here on Skydive TV. Well, guys, we just got the 15-minute call, and there is
your now call.
Now call.
We truly appreciate everything all of our vendors and our supporters have done for us this week, but it is the end of the evening. Please immediately make your way to the exit.
And there you heard it. This was the last call and the very end of 2019 PIA Symposium here in Dallas, Texas. It was an incredible event. A lot of innovations, a lot of new technology into the sport has been introduced, and a lot of improvements on safety. So stay tuned right here on Skydive TV as we bring you all the interviews and all the cool stuff. Now we are going to the banquet where the keynote speakers are going to continue speaking about some cool, really interesting topics, 3 generations of people in skydiving. Stay tuned right here, guys. We'll see you shortly. Bye-bye.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Elite Rigging Academy, the best parachute rigger education available for civilian and military.
Welcome to the 2019 PIA Symposium Banquet. We hope you're enjoying your stay in Dallas, and we hope you're having a great symposium experience. I know I talked to a lot of folks, and it was their first symposium, and they're having a hell of a time. I'd like to introduce the folks up here. To my right, Roberto Montanez, PIA President. And to his right, Pat Thomas. She is advisor to the Executive Committee and Symposium Chair. And to her right, Vinny Salatino, PIA Treasurer. Mr. Big Bucks. And to my left, now normally this would be Elizabeth Johnson, but unfortunately, she fell off her high horse and broke her hip. So she's at home convalescent, and she expresses her condolences for herself and for her absence at this event. And next to her, the ghost of Elizabeth, is Candace Prokos, Chairman of the Membership Committee. And next to her is her husband, Mark Prokos, Vice President of PIA. And far down to my left is Mr. Mark Bauer, Chairman of the PIA Rigging Committee, and always stylishly dressed.
So I have a quick follow-up, which is to say welcome to the 2019 PIA Symposium. On behalf of the members of the PIA, I would like to thank you for being a part of our event. I sincerely hope that everybody had an opportunity to learn, to meet new people, to expand your business, and more importantly, that everybody had fun doing it. About 100 years ago, Leslie Irvin jumped out of an airplane and pulled his ripcord to deploy his parachute. When he did that, he ushered in an era of technological development and athletic accomplishments that continue to this day. From that jump in the starting days of aviation, we have evolved as an industry to a community that lands probes faraway planets using parachutes. A community that includes people that jumps from mountains, from bridges, from airplanes, and even from space. Military members have increased capabilities in the pursuit of their missions, and all of this began 100 years ago. 43 years ago, a group of riggers, manufacturers, and dealers created this convention in the hope of transferring the skills and improving safety. I am glad to report that the symposium event is as strong as it has ever been. We have almost 1,300 attendees from 36 countries. The 72 exhibitors and the 77 presenters that made this event their home for the past 4 days, they do so in the hope of reaching the biggest gathering of industry participants and users of parachute equipment across the world. As we close this convention, we look forward to a future where continuing innovation enables bigger accomplishments, and we are grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this amazing community. We thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you in a couple of years in Cincinnati.
We have some special guests here tonight, and I wanted to recognize all those members of the International Museum and Skydiving Hall of Fame. If you are part of that group, I would like you to stand up. The inductees of the International Hall of Fame, would you please stand and be recognized? They're all over the room. Come on, there's a few more of you. Yeah, Lenny, I knew you'd be the first one up. These are the folks that made history in our sport, and they were inducted into the Hall of Fame through their contributions, whether it be awesome skydivingness or just awesome equipment that they produce. We want to thank them because they once again show us that there are innovators, there are special people that we follow, we look up to. That is part of that group. Thank you.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Revel, the best tandem video solution.
I'm a big fan of Revel.
It is absolutely a game changer.
Pretty much sells itself.
We have finally found a fix for the problem that we had.
RevelX is a completely automated video solution for tandem and AFF videos. And when we say completely automated, we mean it. Editing videos using artificial intelligence and automatically uploading videos and photos to the cloud. Then delivering them to your customers through the Revel mobile app and branded email. It even continues to sell video products to your customers after they leave the drop zone, using an automated email flow for up to 6 weeks after their jump.
So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the volunteers on behalf of the Parachute Industry Association. Without their time and their effort, none of this would be possible. You can see the name of all of them on either one of these screens, but I would also ask all of them to please stand up at this time.
Come on, there's more of you out there. Come on.
Take a look at all these wonderful people. They are really the ones that made all this possible. I do want to take a moment to thank our PIA administrator, Mary Thompson. Where's Mary? There. Come on. So Mary, not strictly a volunteer. She is the one staff member that the organization has, but she does more for this organization than anyone knows. Believe me. She's really my right hand in running the day-to-day operations of PIA. There's also one more person that sat down to her right on the registration table. Travis? Where's Travis? Oh, he is. I'm giving Travis a special mention because I know he's shy and I like embarrassing him, but also because over the last year and a half, Travis has worked constantly on getting the symposium, along with the people of Sunpath that were getting ready, preparing all this opportunity for us. His commitment over the past few months towards this event is truly above and beyond what I would expect out of a volunteer. So thank you. Now, really, none of this would be possible if it wasn't for the efforts of that wonderful lady that I have to my right. Miss Pat Thomas had her fingerprints on almost everything that happened this week. And I say almost because there's one surprise you don't know about. Her commitment to this organization and to this event is really what makes Symposium the event to attend by our community. So on a regular basis, we give Pat a nice little plaque. She's got like 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't even know how many you have. A few. She's got a bunch of them lined up in her office. But I do think, the last time I was in her office, I'm like, there's no room for one more, so we're gonna do something different. And what better way to recognize our own star than to provide her with her own star? So in recognition of her efforts for the 2019 PIA Symposium, the Parachute Industry Association has requested and received naming rights to a star. Come on up. This is why I say almost everything.
I never had a clue. Thank you.
So, before you leave, for her efforts in support of the symposium, keep your hands out. We're presenting this STAR certificate. The coordinates are right ascension, 16 hours, 52 minutes, 56 seconds. Declination, minus 38, 0413. That just means where you find the star, and we will have a map for you to be able to find it. That star has successfully entered into the star naming register under the name of Pat Thomas in recognition for being a star chair of the 2019 International Parachute Symposium, Dallas, Texas, February 4th to February 8th, 2019. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you. That's my muffin.
With that, I really want to thank every single one of our volunteers. Your efforts in making the symposium is appreciated not only by the people that attended, but they're appreciated by the entire organization, by the executive committee, and by me. Thank you.
the manufacturers have been waiting and vying for the title of Best Booth Award all week. Actually, some of them probably have been planning their booth design for the last 2 years. And tonight is the culmination of the vote tally. And I'll tell you what, I've been around the booths, and it was I have nothing to do with the selection, but I can tell you there was some awesome booths this year. And regardless of whether you win or not, you should all be commended for how well you display your product, the creativity, just the marketing, I mean the concepts some of you folks have going these days. You can tell you have professional marketing people working in your organization. So, without further ado, I'd like to bring up Mr. Mark Prokos, VP of PIA, and he's going to fill you in. Come on, Mark, come on up here.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys know how the Best Booth Award is done. It's all the members of the press that attend PIA get together and they decide on who is going to have the best booth. For me, it's easy. I've got a choice of 2 booths, Terry and Bill. So I can't decide which is the best one because my job is at stake here. So anyway, so for the Best Booth Award, the runners-up are DJ Associates, United Parachute Technologies, and I personally want to thank Rosie and her posse, Greg, Matt, and Riley for the excellent job they did. I feel personally that, but we'll move on. Okay, so the Best Booth Award this year goes to Performance Designs. Yeah, I've been told that Natasha and Mike will come up and receive this award for Performance Designs.
All right. Thank you very much. Good job, Performance Designs. It was an awesome booth. They kind of brought a little bit of the Florida beach atmosphere to the middle of Texas. I like that. Being a surfer, I really like that.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Skydive Ferocity, the skydiving jewel in Las Vegas.
The next award, yeah, everybody loves this guy. The next award is the Mentors Award. And we can't find a more suiting presenter than Mr. Rags Raganti, who won the Don Beck Award in 2012. Let's bring this guy up here. You all know and love him.
The PIA Mentor Award recognizes people throughout the parachute industry who have contributed to the knowledge base and skill sets of other individuals. They do this by investing in other people through the sharing of their time, knowledge, education, and skills. This investment may have been in a classroom environment, seminars, on-the-job training, or as an individual basis. The award is presented as a coin. Our first recipient is Melanie Curtis. A few comments from her nomination forms. Mel has been a part of my skydiving career since my beginnings, and her advice, mentorship, and overall care have motivated me to compete, continue seeking instruction, and find ways to give back to the sport. Next, I was a kid when I met her, and through her coaching and mentoring, I have improved my flying skills individually, as well as flying on our four-way team. She is always available to look at the videos and offer her input for improvement. When she's at the DZ, she will get down and creep with us, watch us creep, and help us through troubled spots. Next, Melanie has been instrumental in my development as a skydiver. I started receiving mentoring from her via the VSC group she runs when I had only 15 jumps. After 600 skydive, Melanie has debriefed a massive amount of my jumps, coached me on gear choices, life decisions, and issues I had with safety in the sport. Melanie?
Right behind you. There we go.
Our second recipient is Sandy Reed. Over his professional life, Sandy has contributed his knowledge of equipment and rigging to many throughout the industry and around the world. A comment from his nomination form. I have benefited from his advice over the years. I've seen him explain concepts and discuss techniques to many people, often in casual conversations. Sandy started skydiving in 1970, became a rigger in 1971, and active in PIA since 1984. He hasn't allowed his success to turn him into a sky god. He has remained an approachable guy who makes time for everyone. Sandy?
This portion of the program is brought to you by Sigma, the platform for all of life's achievements.
Sigma is a digital place for sharing and storing all of life's achievements. With Sigma, your organization can send and verify things like licenses, awards, certifications, and membership cards through our website or mobile app. It's a fast, easy, and secure way to track anyone's experience, so nothing gets lost, stolen, or faked again. So get back to learning, climbing, flying, or whatever you do, and let Sigma handle the rest. Sign up today at sig.ma.
Next award is the Don Beck Memorial Award. This is the highest award PIA gives to a worthy individual who has, well, I'm going to let John Higgins from North American Aerodynamics. He won this award in 2015, so it's only right and proper that he do that introduction. Mr. John Higgins. Not too close. Perfect.
Okay. The Don Beck Memorial Achievement Award is presented for parachute and skydiving activities that have withstood the test of time. This evening's recipient has multiple achievements to his name. Nominated by another past recipient, Rags Wangati. Tonight, recipient is Mr. Bill Coe, Performance Designs. I got to say more. Starting in 1986, Bill did research that resulted in the development of microline made from spectra fibers. That has become the standard in the industry. In '89, Bill completed the development of zero porosity fabric as an alternative to F-111. He was the first to develop a laser cutter for his sport products, and it's used in the industry as a standard piece of equipment right now. Bill followed on with the 1999 by developing and getting a patent for the S-Link. Now, we also all know his advancement of canopies with PD. They've done a great job. They have been the leader in the design and development of the parachutes. So we want to give Bill the award, which he richly deserves. He's somewhere. Okay.
This is a really strange way that everything has worked out for me. When I was going to high school, my whole world revolved around motorcycles. That's all I did. And I started racing motorcycles with a friend of mine. And at any rate, he was driving a cab at nights, and the company that he was working for hired this girl to also drive cabs. And so they were sharing the same cab, and they became boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. And one day she got a flyer from, I think it was Illinois University, and a flyer for skydiving. And she said, well, I'd like to try skydiving, and would you like to do that? And we wound up staying the weekend and made a few more jumps. And interesting night, suddenly I wasn't riding motorcycles, or at least racing motorcycles anymore. Every weekend was at the drop zone. It just was like a complete turnaround. And so at that time, ram air canopies were just becoming, starting to become popular. And I started looking at them and going, well, I think I can maybe do things a little bit better, and started making some modifications here and there. Fortunately, I didn't kill myself in the process, but I probably was lucky not to. At any rate, at that time, I was also working for UPS. I was working loading trucks, and the last year that I was up in Chicago area, the high for 3 weeks straight in December was below zero, and like it's really cold in those trucks. And so I decided that I wanted to go to some place where it was warm out, that you could skydive year round. And that's what brought me to DeLand. Is they had an aviation-oriented university that was right next to the drop zone in DeLand. So there I was. And so while I was going to college, I was looking for a job. My parents were paying the bills somewhat, but there wasn't a lot of extra cash. And I applied at a lot of places. And I mean, with college town, there's just a shortage of jobs for the number of students there are. And I was really fortunate that Bill Booth offered me a job. And so that was not just fortunate in as far as getting a little bit of extra income, but I wanted to build parachutes, and I had really no experience on industrial sewing machines and stuff like that, and I learned a tremendous amount from him, and I can't thank you enough for that. While I was going to college and skydiving, I also happened to run into somebody else that happened to be very pivotal in my life, and that would be John LeBlanc. But that was just kind of an acquaintance at that time. I was running out of money going to college there. Eastern Airlines offered me a job down in Miami. So actually, I remember telling Bill that he was paying me like $3 an hour at the time, and I said, Eastern's offering me $10 an hour. If you can match that, I'd consider staying. And he was like, have a good time in Miami. So at any rate, Eastern did pay me very well, and that's where I really got the startup money in order to start Performance Designs. And from there, once I started Performance Designs and started getting things going a little bit, I asked John whether he would move down from DeLand to Miami and help me out there, and he graciously did. And from there, it's kind of like history of how the place just exploded. And we were working in Miami, and we were running out of space in the facility that we were at, and there was no place that we could go within Miami. And
that was reasonably affordable, that wasn't too far away that we would lose a lot of our employees. So we decided to kind of split up and open up a satellite facility in DeLand, and that also allowed us to do a lot of our test jumping. When we were in Miami, we had to drive about 2 hours to get down to Homestead, and then we had to beg the owner of the drop zone to take his airplane out, and I mean literally beg him to take it out, to fly us for a load, and then it's another couple hour drive back to the shop, so 5 hours to make a single test jump. It just wasn't really effective. So at any rate, I moved up to DeLand and started the DeLand facility. John stayed back in Hialeah and kept running that facility. It worked really well, and ultimately we grew the DeLand facility enough, and he came up to DeLand. And then another key player that came along the way in a little while was Fred Williams. And Fred Williams, he worked for UPT for a while, he worked for me for a while, and then he had this concept that we should bring the three companies together, SunPath, UPT, and Performance Designs, and form his company CPS. And that's been incredibly successful, and I'd like to thank you, Fred, very much. So in reality, you know, while I'm getting this award, there's so many people that really deserve it, that helped me along the way, that made it happen. It would have never happened without everybody. And so I'd like to thank, first, all my suppliers. I mean, sometimes, you know, when we were a little bit tight, we stretch our suppliers out a little bit, but they never just said, you're cut off or anything. They always worked with us. Our suppliers were really good to us, and they've also helped us develop new products, new materials and stuff. So I'd really like to thank all of them. Our dealers, we wouldn't be here if our dealers weren't loyal dealers supporting us and selling our products. I really appreciate everything from our dealers and our employees, and what a great job our guys did in marketing on the booth and stuff. It's really phenomenal. We just have some of the greatest employees, and I'm really happy of that. And of course, all the users out there, all of you guys that use our canopies, thank you very much.
This portion of the program is brought to you by SunPath Products, the choice of world champions for over 30 years.
As you may know, this is the 100th anniversary of the first premeditated freefall parachute jump from an airplane. I'm talking about the 100th anniversary. Now, I know there's a bunch of you out there that just started skydiving in the last 5 years. You probably had no idea we've been free-falling for a century. You thought this was the sport of the space age, right? Well, the space age started a century ago. But let me tell you, we're here tonight to honor the man that played a huge part in making that all happen, and he paved the trail for all of us to follow. Leslie Leroy Irvin was a pioneer, a true pioneer and innovator of the parachute industry. Mr. Irvin earned his balloon license and made his first premeditated parachute jump in 1914 at the age of 14. 9 years later, he developed and jumped his own static line parachute system as a life-saving device. He made the world's first intentional free-fall jump in April of 1919. Shortly thereafter, he formed the Irvin Airchute Company, which essentially he started the parachute industry. That company is still going strong today under the name of Airborne Systems, and in celebration of that achievement, it is with honor that we have Mr. Chuck Lowry, Mr. Charles Allen Lowry, and Mr. Charles Lowry We're talking about the father, the son, and the grandson. They are here tonight to deliver the keynote speech of this event here at the 2019 PIA Parachute Industry Symposium Banquet. Gentlemen, come on up and please greet the Lowrys. All three of these distinguished gentlemen, they either did work or continue to work in Leslie Irvin's company, and all three are involved in the field of space travel and will regale us with stories throughout their 3 generations of work within the industry and with airborne systems, beginning with the Apollo missions all the way up to the current Mars 2020 program. The Lowrys are excited to share the podium together for the first time here at the PIA Symposium Banquet. But please, first, let me tell you a couple of stories about who our keynote speakers are. Mr. Chuck Lowry was awarded a Master of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering, and in his early career included missile recovery, personnel parachutes, and ejection seats. However, much of his career has evolved around manned space systems, which include the Apollo Earth Landing System, the Space Shuttle Docking Drag Chute, and he also had design and test responsibilities for the Apollo mechanical, ordnance, docking, and structural systems, plus Space Shuttle orbiter ordnance and mechanical systems, including the shuttle's big arm. After retirement from Rockwell International in 1987, he has continually consulted with government and industry parachute programs and is currently involved with NASA's Orion Parachute Landing System. Mr. Lowry was presented with the IAA Award, the Theo Kanaki Aerodynamic Decelerator Systems Award in 2009. His son, Charles Allen Lowry, has over 37 years of engineering experience over a broad range of aerospace and defense applications, including military satellites, aerodynamic decelerators, and inflatable impact attenuation devices. He holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from California State Polytechnic University and has a diverse work history including stress and dynamic analysis, system engineering, research and development, and program and business management. After 30 years with the Boeing Company, he joined Airborne Systems in 2011 to lead the Inflatables and Fabric Systems business unit, and most recently, the Director of Aerial Targets and Special Programs. At Airborne Systems, Alan led the development of inflatable hypersonic and supersonic aerodynamic reentry decelerators for future Earth and Mars missions. Alan transitioned to an independent engineering consultant in October of 2017. And the third generation Lowry, Charles Lowry, I think they like that first name, has worked at Airborne Systems for about 5 years. He holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Cal Poly Pomona, and he's also a former member of the school's Mechanical Engineering Honor Society. He's been involved in the design and testing of many space-related parachute systems, including those for the Boeing CST-100, the SpaceX Dragon, NASA Orion, and most recently, the JPL Mars 20 mission. We had a little glitch, Houston. What do we do? Charles, main focus on airborne systems is to push the boundaries in parachute design and develop reliable, weight-optimized parachute systems for space applications. Please welcome the first generation Lowry, Mr. Chuck Lowry.
All yours, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, TK, and I want to congratulate all you honorees for doing all that fine work for this organization. I want to thank PIA for inviting us. You know, we're 3 generations here. We're all having a great, good time here. We met some old friends. We made a lot of new ones, and it's really been great. One of the highlights, though, that of our fun here is that the Parasim guys gave us a lift on that beautiful simulator out there, and I was hesitant to go on it, and Rob Sinclair insisted, and he says, look, I'll coach you every turn, every move you have to make. and you'll have a great flight. So I did it. Well, he landed me on top of the hangar. I broke both of my legs. You can always rely on Rob Sinclair. Well, I joined the company that we're talking about here in 1955, so it had already been going a few years. There were a number of original employees still working there, including Mr. Irvin himself. We always called him that. He was known as Mr. Irvin by everybody, I suppose. He was famous for making that first free fall jump from an aircraft. That's his picture over there in 1925, standing next to it, sitting on his Jenny. And I want to point out the picture on the left. That was the way parachutes were done in that day in terms of getting out of an airplane. Now, Mr. Irvin believed that if you're trying to get out of a burning aircraft, the best thing you can do is get as far away from that thing as fast as possible. But you can see they tied the crown of the parachute or the pack to the airplane, and you kind of static lined off of it. So most people in the medical industry in particular believed that if you tried a free fall, you would pass out immediately, you would never pull your ripcord, and that would be it. And that was widely believed. And it took authority from Washington, D.C., down through the Army Air Service to get approval for Mr. Irvin to make that first jump. And he made it. And he survived it. He was jumping at McCook Field, which is now, of course, Wright Field, right out of Dayton. And he survived that, and he gave birth to a whole new way of thinking about parachutes. And look at what it's come to today. Well, he broke his ankle on landing. But by doing the test, of course, knew he was going to get a contract for some shoes. But when he broke his ankle, he hired his lawyer to go out and form the company, and he wanted the name of it to be Irvin Air Chute Incorporated. Well, his lawyer couldn't spell, so it came out Irving Air Chute, and that's the way it stayed for decades and decades. Well, he did start his company soon after his first jump. Soon he had a contract for 300 parachutes. He rented a dance hall. He hired people. He trained them how to sew, and he taught them about pride and workmanship and skills. He did all the inspecting himself because he insisted on perfection. He told his employees, your customer may never get a second chance, so that chute has to work the very first time. And he instilled that kind of a mindset in all the company. He traveled the world, and he started divisions in many countries. He had a division in Germany before World War II, and when the Nazis took over, he got word that they were nationalizing many of the industries over there. Well, he had his division there, and he had his bank account there, and so he caught a train, and he went into Germany, and he rounded up, got all his money that he could carry out, and he booked a private compartment on a train leaving out of Germany. So he got on the car, and he lifted the carpet. He spread this money all around the floor, put the carpet back down. So when the soldiers came in to inspect, to be sure he wasn't carrying anything out, they never found the money. He was a pretty clever guy. Well, clear up to World War II, much of the parachute business was innovating for personnel jumps and cargo delivery. And Irvin Air Chute was rightfully given much credit for being a major contributor to winning that war, particularly in Europe. In one day, over 14,000 American and British troops parachuted into the heart of Germany. And they really got involved with that final thrust that ended the war 2 months later. And much of that success in wartime came from innovation from Irving Air Chute and from Mr. Irvin himself. I'd like to tell you a little about him. He was born in 1895. He couldn't stand the regimentation of schooling, so he dropped out at 14. He hung out at any place where there was anything what was considered high tech in that day. Remember, we're talking horse and buggy days. So high tech was radios and cars and mechanical things, things that flew, things that went fast, balloons, airplanes, cars, particularly race cars. Exciting time for a footloose young man to be alive. When I worked for him, I noticed that everybody that came in contact with him wanted to know about his first jump. And I've heard him tell this story a few times, and I'd like to tell you about it. There was a fairgrounds outside of Los Angeles called Chute Field. Had nothing to do with parachutes. It was a place where daredevils would come in there like balloonists, and they could put on some kind of a stunt and charge people, get a crowd in there. And so on this one particular, and there would always be a bunch of boys hanging around there, you know, looking for some action or a job or something. So one day, 1909, a balloonist came to town, as they often did, and he rounded up the troops, including Mr. Irvin, and he was going to do a balloon jump, a balloon flight, which he would go up, hanging on a trapeze bar, go up to altitude, cut the parachute loose, descend on the trapeze bar. By the way, this is interesting. I was watching a trapeze bar contest downstairs, and everybody trying to go 100 seconds. And some made it and some didn't. I didn't try. But that's the way, that was what was supposed to happen. So what they would do is they would lay the balloon out on the ground, and they would tie the crown of the parachute to the bottom of the balloon, then the suspension lines of the parachute, then the trapeze bar. Mr. Irvin's job was to have the trapeze bar in his hand and hand it off to the balloonist at the proper time. Now, underneath the skirt of the balloon, right in that vicinity, they would dig a pit and they would build a fire in there. And then when the launch time came, the command was given, somebody would throw a bucket of gasoline on this fire, and 2 or 3 boys would be holding the skirt up in such a way that it would catch this big gulp of hot air, and the balloon would start lifting off. Well, there was a superstition in that day that said that when everything is laid out, don't anybody ever step over this rig, laying on the ground. Bad omen, not to be done. Nobody's going to fly if somebody steps over the rig. Well, the command was given, gasoline on the fire, big gulp of air. Somebody in the crowd ran across and jumped over the lines. As the whole rig was rising, Mr. Irvin was trying to hand the trapeze bar to the balloonist. He says, "Abort, we're not going." Mr. Irvin was standing there. You know what he did, of course? He said, "Let her go," and he went. And that was his first flight, in the balloon up and the parachute coming down. And that's the story he told. The parachute, by the way, was probably a 30-foot flat silk chute with hemp lines, something like that. And that's the way they did it in those days. So his career went from there, of course. He was a balloonist, he was a parachutist instantly. He learned to fly. He was a daredevil, car racer, motorcycle racer, barnstormer, vaudeville, stuntman, showman. One time he was assistant casting director in Hollywood. 1914, he was hired to jump out of an airplane over Long Beach Harbor in the making of a movie called Sky High. And that became his name from then on. He was Sky High Irvin. There's a book written about him in 1983 with that title. And if you want to know all about his life, you can read that. By age 21, he was one of the most outstanding balloonists and parachutists on the West Coast. He later lamented that, all his early career, he tried to convince people how dangerous parachutes were. That's how you draw a crowd. Later in life, when he had his own company, he had to convince people parachutes really are safe. So that's how he, and of course, in those days, when around World War II and after parachutes, the industry flourished. And can you believe that, just now, last year, over 6 million sport jumps were made? And you think back, well, that kind of started 100 years ago with that free fall business. What kind of a guy was he? He was a clever designer, industrious, head full of ideas. He always wanted to try a bunch of things. He loved to use tools, loved to work at the workbench. I was his gopher in those days. And all I could do is stand back and let him go. Fun guy to be around. By the way, Jean Beck is here. She worked with Mr. Irvin as well. We both agreed that he was a fun guy to be around. He liked people, and people liked and trusted him. He had a million stories to tell, and he knew how to tell them. He came out of vaudeville. He came out of Hollywood. He knew how to tell a story. And people loved to hear it. He also loved to party, and he was legendary for the parties he held. Sometimes he would end up a party by standing on his head, playing the piano, and sipping beer. How do you do that? I do not know. And some of our customers that would come in to meet with us in the engineering department, they would hesitate to come if they knew he was in town, because they just couldn't handle those parties, the late hours. And so that's the way he was. He was that way. He cared a lot about his employees, and I think all his employees loved him. One of the best examples of that is we brought over a young man from our Swedish division to work in America, and the kid came over. This is Mats Lindgren. Some of you probably remember him. He bought an old car, never would start. So one night, Mr. Irvin was walking out of the plant. He was going to get in his Thunderbird and go back to the hotel. He saw Mats out there trying to get his car started. Told Mats, come on, get in my car and I'll take you somewhere. Took him down to the Ford dealer and bought him a brand new Ford. And he never bought me a car, but I really appreciated the way that he treated his employees. Well, soon after World War II, he found the world was demanding high-performance equipment. The company went high-tech, and I got to work on a lot of really, give me that slide, would you? There it is. I got to work on a lot of really great programs coming out of there. I worked on personnel parachutes. I worked on ejection seats. I worked on Apollo in the middle, lower down there. On the right is the Kistler program. That's a 656-foot ring sails. We're told that's the biggest drop ever in terms of acreage. We covered Yuma with nylon that day. On the up in the middle, orbiter drag chute, the company made that. On the left is the Orion program, which many of us are working on right now. It's the NASA big new program to replace Apollo. So there's a lot going on, and I'm going to let my son Alan carry the story a bit further.
Thank you, Chuck.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paragear, serving skydivers and the world since 1960.
Get your gear from Paragear, the one-stop skydiving gear store.
Good evening. Well, that's my dad, and I'm very proud of him. And of course, I'm proud of my son as well. They're both parachute experts, and I don't really consider myself a parachute expert. But there's one unique thing that I can claim, and that is I'm a skydiver. Well, oh, thank you. Now, I probably am stretching the term a little bit because I'm not really skydiving there. But I did take a jump on a static line in 1984, and that was my first and last jump. And I guess I didn't go for the drug addict, deal that they presented me, as Bill mentioned, but I really enjoyed that. But I'm not really here to talk about my skydiving exploits because I don't really have any, but I love parachutes. I love parachute people, and I love the parachute culture. And I just want to talk a little bit how I got involved in it. And maybe my story is a little bit unique, but my interest in parachutes really came from being with my dad as a small child. And I remember probably 5 years old building a paraglider and tossing it out the second floor window in our house in Columbus, Ohio. And then I remember after we moved to California, because Dad was working on the Apollo program, he brought home a scale model of an Apollo capsule. And we went out in the backyard, we had a pool, and I helped him drop this model into the pool from the diving board because he was really trying to understand the splashdown, dynamics of the capsule falling into the pool. And of course, years later, just as many of you did, we watched the Apollo lunar missions on TV, and it was so wonderful to see those 3 beautiful parachutes gently bringing the Apollo capsule down and those astronauts safely to Earth. And I was proud of what my dad did to help make that happen. I also got to meet some of the legends of the parachute industry of that day in our own home. Dad sometimes had some of them over for dinner, and we had meals in our house. One in particular was Theo Kanaki, and I know, he was an author of a design manual that many of us refer to when we design parachutes. And I got to hear them telling stories. And in fact, I heard a lot of stories just for dinner tonight. I don't know how many of them were true, but there's certainly a lot of stories that go around here. I also wanted to mention something that Rob taught me, and that is never let truth get in the way of a good story. And I think that's pretty common here in this business here. Dad did get our family involved in a very real way with parachute experience. And one day he brought home a Para-Commander parachute with a tow rig. And somehow he convinced my mom that it would be a good idea for him to take all of us as a family down to Lake Elsinore on the sand and tow us behind the old station wagon, in this parachute. And so we had a 62 Chevy station wagon, and that's not a real picture, but that's kind of what it looked like. That's what I remember. And so, there's a couple of jobs there. One is the person in the harness that's going to fly. The other is the driver of the car, and the other is the spotter. Well, I didn't have my driver's license, but I was the oldest kid, and my mom didn't want to drive the car. She was afraid of hurting somebody, so he assigned me to drive the car, and my mom is a spotter. Well, we got him all. Dad wanted to go first because he wanted to check it out, make sure it was safe, and we got him all rigged up, and we got him lifted up, and he flew just like that picture and had a great flight. At some point, he said, "I want to go back down again." So I slowed the car down, but I think my mom and I got our signals a little bit mixed up because I think he touched down, but I just kept going. And Dad had a really hard time keeping up with the station wagon for some reason, and at some point he just fell flat on his face, and I think I probably drug him down the sand for quite a while I was stumbling around trying to find the brake, pedal for the car. So we finally got the car stopped. We ran back, my mother and I think my mother thought that I killed him because he was laying face down in the sand, and it was apparently lifeless. He wasn't moving. Well, as soon as we got there, he jumped up and he had sand in his mouth and in his eyes and, had some scrapes on his head, but he was, he wasn't hurt too bad, and he jumped up and said, "Let's do it again." Well, my brother and I got to ride also, and it was a wonderful experience. Just being up there and with a bird's eye view and floating above the earth, it was a great feeling. It was a great family memory. So I did follow my dad's footsteps and went to engineering school and became a mechanical engineer. Although I went into the space business and worked on satellites and so forth, but after I retired from Boeing, I think my dad thought, this kid's too young, he needs to be back out there working, and he said, "Hey, there's a job opening at Airborne Systems. Why don't you go talk to him about it?" So I went in and I interviewed with the general manager, and I said, "First of all, I don't want you to assume that I know anything about parachutes just because my name is Lowry." And he said, "That's okay. We have plenty of parachute experts here, but they're a little bit hard to manage, and I want you to help us to manage them." And so in 2011, I started a second career, and they put me in charge of inflatables and advanced parachute designs. And I was never able to really manage the experts very well, but I really learned a lot from them, and I came to love the technology and the people that were working in the business. But the greatest thing about it was that Dad was still working at Airborne Systems, and so we got to work together for the first time in our careers in the parachute business. And I became somewhat of a celebrity, I think, because I was his son, and he had a great reputation there. Well, a few years later, my son Charles, who had begun engineering school, got a job as an intern at Airborne Systems, and later became a full-time employee after he graduated. So everywhere you would look, there would be a Lowry. Out in the rigging department, down in the manufacturing floor, in the engineering offices, we were everywhere. And in fact, I have to admit, Gary, you probably don't want to listen to this, but we seriously considered a hostile takeover of the company. And we were going to call it Lowry and Associates, and our tagline was going to be, "We slow things down." But it never really caught on, and we kind of dropped the idea. What's that?
Steal it?
You sure you can steal it? Sure. We'll talk afterwards. I'll get royalties, though, I assume. So I've had the privilege of working on some very interesting things at Airborne Systems, and what's really interesting is all of these things have a heritage back to that first Irvin parachute and that first jump. The textiles, the design techniques, and the aerodynamics and all of that. And so I was fortunate to work on some very interesting things. High-speed weapon decelerators was one of the projects I was responsible for. Aerial target and recovery parachutes, and development of a prototype of a new thin-pack crew escape parachute. In inflatable devices, there's a picture there of a Sikorsky Blackhawk with airbags underneath, and we were developing a impact attenuation or crash protection type system for the helicopter for the Army. We also developed, improved on impact attenuation systems for cargo delivery for the military. And you can see the airbags up in the left-hand corner. But probably the most interesting things that I was able to work on were some projects we had with NASA. And it was supersonic inflatable decelerators and hypersonic inflatable aerodynamic decelerators. And right there at the bottom, you can see one of our devices on the rocket sled track at China Lake. We were testing a inflatable decelerator at about 200 miles an hour. And up in the top center is a particularly interesting program, and that's a hypersonic inflatable aerodynamic decelerator. It's about 3 meters in diameter, and we worked with NASA on this project. We built this, and NASA launched it to about 300 miles of altitude and inflated the device and then re-entered that into Earth's atmosphere. It achieved Mach 10. Mach 10, 10 times the speed of sound, about 7,000 miles an hour, about 10,000 feet per second, traveling so fast that the friction of the atmosphere generated about 1,000 degrees surface temperature, and it worked beautifully. And NASA was very happy, and from that time they've continued to fund us, and we're continuing to develop advanced versions of this for future Mars missions of landing heavier payloads on Mars. So I love this business. It's unique, it's fun, it's exciting, but it's the people that really draw me to it. And come on, you kind of have to admit, you know, there's some quirky people in this business. A little bit eccentric sometimes. Yeah, I'm serious. It's just from my opinion, you know. Thrill seekers, adventurers, and I'll bet some of you have lived in a trailer at a drop zone. Who has ever lived in a trailer at a drop zone? Look at that. There's dozens of people out there. So that's dedication to the business. Oh, there's somebody even standing up over there. So there's a can-do attitude here that I see, and a lot of optimism that permeates the culture. George Bernard Shaw said that both optimists and pessimists contribute to society. The optimist invents the airplane, the pessimist invents the parachute. But I kind of disagree with George, because I think you're all optimists. Otherwise, you wouldn't get in an airplane and jump out of it with a parachute. You know it's going to work, so you're optimistic. So the other thing is that, you know, Dad mentioned the kind of fun-loving character that Mr. Irvin was, and I saw a lot of heads wagging up and down, and I really see that culture has sort of, you know, the heritage from Mr. Irvin himself. You like to party, is what I'm really trying to say, and you like to have a good time. And we live on the 16th floor here at the hotel, and every night till midnight, we can hear all the things that are going on down in the atrium there. So you guys like to have a good time. Well, I've enjoyed being a part of this industry, and you know, the parachute folks always tend to prove everybody else wrong. And in conclusion, I'd like to put up a quote by Neil Armstrong. And Neil Armstrong's not often wrong, but he said that in flying, the probability of survival is inversely proportional to the angle of arrival. Well, that's really true for an airplane, but not so if you have a parachute. Thank you for your time.
This portion of the program is brought to you by NZ Aerosports, manufacturing the wings you want to fly since 1986. From AFF student to world champion, Icarus canopies are for you.
And last but not least, the third generation Lowry, Mr. Charles Lowry.
All right, thank you. So when I started at Airborne Systems 5 years ago, I realized I had no idea what my dad and grandfather did. And I had no idea what it was going to be like to work with them. So I remember the first time I was in a meeting with my grandfather. Everybody had been discussing a big change on the NASA Orion parachute system. I don't remember exactly what. There was a lot of back and forth between people in the room, between Airborne and our customers, between experts here and experts there, and it didn't really seem like this conversation was going anywhere. I'll never forget looking over at my grandfather, who hadn't spoken a word. He had a toy robot that he had wound up that was walking across the desk in front of him, and he spoke up, and the room fell deathly silent. And he told a story, which I'll paraphrase. Now, you don't all have to listen to me. Who am I to decide what we all decide to do here today? But when I was working on the Apollo program back in the 60s, we tried to do exactly what you're talking about doing, and it didn't work. And it actually created all sorts of other problems. So why didn't you just do, X, Y, and Z? When he spoke, people listened. And they took what he said very seriously. And I think they ended up doing those same exact 3 things that he said. But before that point, I had no idea the huge amount of respect that everybody had for him. It was also at that point that I broke into a cold sweat and had this existential crisis and realized people expect me to carry on this guy's legacy. So I quickly find myself on a research and development project working to create ultra lightweight parachute systems. So I designed a 40-foot parachute, built it myself, and drop test it. It was beautiful. Everything worked great. It slowly descended, softly touched down on the desert floor. I heard angels singing. There was a glowing aura around the chute. I proudly strut into the airborne office and telling people of all my great success. I tell one of the more experienced guys, Brian Johnson, maybe some of you know him. I told him, hey, it went great. It all went as planned. He says, yeah, don't get used to it, as he laughs and walks away. And I was thinking, wow, really? He must not know who I am. First of all, I'm a Lowry, and he just doesn't know how good I am at this stuff. So a month later, I was out testing again. First drop of the morning. Right out of the Skyvan, parachute deploys and promptly explodes. The payload begins to descend very quickly, as does my heart into my stomach. My beautiful parachute, my perfect record, shattered simultaneously. I created a hole in the desert, and I think I actually have a picture of that. The post-test picture of that drop. Yeah. That was me recovering from that. So later that day, I was eating dinner with our team, all much more experienced than I, and they all had a story of a hole in the desert that they had created. And I developed a theory at that point. The longer that you've been in the industry, the bigger the hole that you're able to create. And it was really at this point that I really started to fall in love with parachutes. They're complicated and challenging, and it's that challenge that keeps me wanting more. So what I want to talk about today is some of the challenges that we face in the future of space recovery systems. So Airborne Systems has a parachute on each one of these 4 planets or moons. We have Mars, Titan, which is Saturn's moon, Venus, and Earth, which I believe some of you also have jumped on. But each location has its own unique challenges, its own environment, and its own things that we have to worry about. 2 of the things are the atmosphere, what is its density, and its gravity. So in order to put this in perspective, I know some of you may have experienced jumping a T-11 parachute or something of that nature. So I'd like to use a T-11 parachute to compare what this is actually like. So just to calibrate everybody, I'll show you what it's like to jump on Earth on a T-11, falling about 18 feet a second. That seems pretty normal. He's landing nicely. Now, this is Venus now. Venus has an atmosphere that's 80 times higher than Earth. But before you want to go jump here, just know that the surface of Venus is hot enough to melt lead. But if you need a parachute, come to us, we can make you one. Titan has a very similar atmosphere, but the gravity is so low there because the planet's smaller. So you fall similar, but much, much slower. Now Mars has a density that's 98% less than Earth. So Mars presents its own unique challenges. And the Mars 2020 parachute system is what I've spent a lot of my last couple years working on, and that's what I'm going to dive into a little bit deeper with today. So Mars 2020, it's not the first time we've been to Mars. The most recent time we were there was with the Curiosity rover in 2011, but that's now coming up on retirement. The Mars 2020 mission, which is actually just next year, will replace that rover with a new one. A couple of the major goals, there's a very long list, but I'll spare you the details. A couple of the major goals are looking for evidence of past life on Earth. They actually have a helicopter. Yeah, they actually have a helicopter on board, which is the first time they've ever sent a helicopter drone to Mars. But they also have our trial's over. They also have a drill on the rover that's able to drill into the surface, collect rocks, and stash them with the idea that it's going to be brought back to Earth. Now see, we've sent a lot of stuff to Mars, but we've never brought anything back. And that's what the future is going to hold, whether it's a robotic mission or a human mission to bring stuff back. So the second major goal is laying the groundwork for human exploration. And this is kind of groundbreaking stuff, but you hear it more and more in the news. One thing that this rover has on it is an instrument that develops and produces oxygen on board, which humans need. So that's one of the things that they'll be testing. So because Mars is really low density, like I said, 98% less than Earth's, there has to have a really unique recovery system in order to land the rover on the ground without it becoming damaged. So I'd like to describe that with this video. So the spacecraft enters the Martian atmosphere at 13,000 miles an hour, 75 miles above the surface. The heat shield, which you see on the front there, traveling through the atmosphere decelerates the vehicle to 900 miles an hour, where the parachute deploys about 7 miles above the surface. The parachute deploys around Mach 1.5 and decelerates the vehicle to 180 miles an hour, which is still way too fast to touch down. So the vehicle, there's a lander that actually cuts away from the parachute and drops the last mile. And what it does is it hovers right above the surface. It finds the exact spot that the scientists want to land. It hovers above the surface and lands and lowers the rover to the surface using cables under retropropulsion. This seems impossible, but it's actually been done. It was done back in 2011, and this is what they're doing again for 2020. So it's very complicated, very complex. We're very happy to be a part of it. So this is the Mars 2020 parachute. It's a 70-foot diameter parachute. It's a disc gap band. And this is a picture of us testing it in the wind tunnel, the 80 by 120 wind tunnel up in Ames in California. It's a NASA wind tunnel. Just to show you a little sense of scale, that red circle in the lower right-hand corner is a door. Normal-sized door. So being in this tunnel, especially while it's inflated, is something I'll never forget. It's very humbling. So how on earth do you test for Mars? So because the density is so low on Mars, we have to send our payload, send the rocket to 130,000 feet, where we deploy it at Mach 2. The parachute opens in 0.4 seconds, which is blistering fast. Just in a second, you'll see that this is a high-speed video of this happening. The parachute is shot out of a mortar tube. There's no pilot chute or anything of that nature, just one parachute shot out and bam, opens up. And this is done over Mars, and this is how they've chosen to do it. So this system, with this rover and associated payload, let's just say it's the same mass as Volkswagen Beetle. So in order to be sending humans to Mars, you need all sorts of support equipment to generate oxygen for people to hang out, bars, that sort of thing. So in the future, we need 40 times that to be landed on Mars for each mission. So how are we going to be doing that? And my dad mentioned it and kind of gave you a little teaser. There's a hypersonic inflatable aerodynamic decelerator. And what this does is replaces that solid heat shield that's on the front of the vehicle. Right now, with the size of rockets, you can't fit anything bigger, so you're limited to that size, and you can't land anything heavier than a Volkswagen Beetle. So these HIADs open up a whole new realm of possibilities. So over the past couple years, I've been getting more involved with the new business unit at Airborne. Every week there's a new exciting need for a parachute system. The conditions that we're asked to endure, the volumes we're asked to fit into are getting more and more extreme. But one thing I've noticed about people in the parachute industry is that when they encounter impossible propositions or challenges, they don't say no, they don't say we can't do that, it can't be done. They say it sounds impossible, but let's give it a shot. That's why I love this industry, and that's the attitude that has driven innovation over the past 100 years and will continue to do so for the next 100. So in closing, I'm proud to follow in the footsteps of my father and grandfather, as challenging as that may be. People always speak of the 3 generations of Lowrys, but what most don't realize is that there's actually a 4th generation, and he's already into it. So I hope that someday he will look up to me like I look up to my father and grandfather. From my experience working with them, I've learned the following 3 lessons. Don't take yourself too seriously. Those are 2 of the most humble guys you'll ever know. Respect others. And finally, learn from the past, but don't limit yourself to what has been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Lowrys. Chris Needles, can you come up here, please?
After President George Herbert Walker Bush's first jump, he gave the parachuting industry and the skydiving community a couple hundred ties made just for him by one of his supporters. And we have saved them for give them to very special people. And since we have them here tonight, we have this Bush tie, Bush 41, and made in honor of, and is engraved in the back, of President George Herbert Walker Bush, USPA D 20,000. I'd like to make the presentation now.
I always wondered what it'd take to get one of those ties. Now I know.